Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Jeff Meacham Network. The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself!
God.
Get in there!
Showed his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move, just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Go there. How to do the friggin' football thing. We got it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
We're here. What is going on? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Welcome to the Saturday night shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I am your moderator, your host with the most, the Renegade JJ Williams. Joining me this evening for our illustrious panel, first and foremost, the man whose name is on the marquee, the West Coast professor, Jeff Meacham. What is going on, good sir?
I am wearing the white hoodie because I am. Oh, sorry.
Can't hit him with the MRF just yet. We haven't hit the 10-minute mark.
No. Definitely don't want to hit him with the MF just yet. But I will say that as you're going to talk about momentarily, the headline is appropriate, as is the attire today. And we in SoCal, this is some bull dookie.
Some Bantha Poodoo.
Bantha Poodoo. There you go. There's a good one. Considering what's going on outside with the white stuff, Bantha Poodoo is an appropriate term for it. There you go.
And then, of course, joining us this evening, the simple man with the spectacular voice.
Oh, yes.
Noah Foster. Good to see you there, good sir.
Always good to see you too, gents, and always good to see the faithful that always enjoy the shenanigans that is Open Mic Night in the chat. Looking forward to another great, fun conversation. Impact Wrestling was awesome. Witness Keiji Muto's last match. That was a spectacle, to say the least.
Yes.
It's been a fun week.
There we go. Gotta say, I did get to tune in and see the call yesterday of No Surrender. You and the other gentleman about to bring in, the Heeb man, James Hebert, did a masterful job of the call.
Thank you.
Yes.
That combat match, I swear, I still go back.
That might have been my favorite match.
I still need to find the highlight package that you were telling me about earlier, dude. I gotta see him use a Sega Dreamcast.
Dude,
I
it was a PlayStation at first. It was ancient, whatever it was.
Yes.
Dude, Sega Dreamcast is where it's at. If I could freaking find one right now, I'd be playing Power Stone and Crazy Taxi. That's what introduced me to video games.
Crazy Taxi was my game, dude. Like half of the Offspring songs that I knew were either from wrestling or from Crazy Taxi.
Accurate.
You know,
Hey, come on over, have some fun with Crazy Taxi.
Yeah.
No, not copyright.
Oh no, that's already done with anyway tonight. So whatever. You know.
We're gonna get copyright pinged later on, Noah. You know what me and you worked on earlier. I tried 100 different ways to make the video work without it. We're gonna get copyright pinged. It is what it is.
As long as it won't be blocked everywhere. But
No. I looked. It's only going to be blocked in the country redacted states.
Yay.
Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Budapest. You know, those
Budapest.
Sorry.
Let's be honest. The most popular Budapest has been lately is the banter back and forth between Hawkeye and freaking Black Widow in the Avengers movies.
Damn.
I still need a post-credit scene to find out what the hell happened in Budapest.
By the way, it's funny you mentioned Crazy Taxi because I play the Smash mod like just for fun all the time, and I'm like getting stuff set up for it, like thinking of what I could do to milk that mod as much as I can possible. And one of the stages is like, it's like a Sega property, but obviously they don't. It's not a Dreamcast stage, but it's what do you call that radio? Jet Set Radio?
Jet Set Radio.
Yes.
Yeah, they have a Jet Set Radio stage, right?
Nice.
But in the Jet Set Radio stage, they have the tracks from Crazy Taxi included.
Nice.
I was like, oh, yeah. Dude, when I first heard that on a Smash game, I'm like, I never knew I wanted this in my life. And now it's here.
I'm going to be listening to the Offspring soundtrack when I get home from church tomorrow just because of that.
But it is
back in the days when LimeWire was a thing, you know.
Oh,
LimeWire? Back in the days when LimeWire was a thing, like I downloaded.
Yes, boss. I know
all
we're going
those
retro.
songs. Crazy Taxi was my shit. In fact, when I first started working for Lyft, Statboy asked me, what the job was like, and I'm like, dude, it's like playing a live action version of Crazy Taxi.
Accurate.
Yeah.
You drive somewhere, you pick your passenger up, you drop them off. Sometimes there's a passenger just a few feet away that you're going to pick up for your next ride. They get in the car, you go to the next destination. It's legit a live action Crazy Taxi
going,
game.
but the clock goes 10 minutes unless you're on arcade mode. You keep that clock going, and you try to avoid the red customers, even though they give you the most money. They're the shortest rides.
Honestly,
yeah, exactly.
can we legit, like, it's funny you mentioned about all this, and you mentioned LimeWire. I'm thinking, I remember my mom used to use LimeWire, right? So this will segue nicely into wrestling. She didn't never watch wrestling a day in her life, my mom, right? And I'm just sitting back. I think I'm playing like on my GameCube. You want to talk about some retro consoles?
Oh hell.
That's how old I feel. That GameCube is considered retro now. And like friggin' I'm playing GameCube, and then my mom is on her office computer, like right next to us, because it just is what it is. When you're in a little space, you have to have the office computer right in the living space where you're hearing Mario go woohoo all over the place.
Right.
He's playing music on her LimeWire. And all of a sudden, I hear Story of the Year playing, and it's Christian's WWE theme. And I'm like,
Christian!
Mom, are you playing Christian Cage's ECW theme? And she's like, no, what do you mean? And I'm like, Mom, that's Christian Cage's theme song. I'm like, what do you mean? What's the song called? She said, Story of the Year, Just Close Your Eyes. I'm like, yeah, that's Christian Cage's theme.
Christian Cage!
I couldn't believe it. And she's playing this, and she's playing like a few other themes from the WWE volume CD.
Wow.
Never watched wrestling in her life. Still hasn't to this day.
That's tremendous.
Except for the one show she took me to when the Decade of SmackDown celebration she took me to. That's the one show she's watched.
2009. Okay, yeah.
This just goes to show that wrestling transcends everything, because it only takes one little thing, and whether you realize it or not, boom, you're connecting to wrestling.
Yep.
There you go. Well, I'll tell you what isn't. Well, I was gonna say that maybe we could have a Braun Snowman, but we got breaking news.
Give me a second, James. Y'all trying to jump the gun?
I was trying to segue.
Y'all trying to jump the gun here? Jesus.
We're talking about Crazy Taxi, and James is already trying to.
Ahmed, hello. Good to see you this evening. Cyback, how's it going? Gabrielle, good to see you. Hassan wants to know if we missed him yesterday.
Where were you?
I was not there yesterday, but I'm sure if I had been, I would have missed you, Hassan. Yes, without question.
Now,
yes, as everyone keeps alluding to, so can't just do the slow build. As everyone keeps alluding to, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about this evening.
Yes,
we've got some comments about the AEW Dynamite main event that we're going to go over. We've got a little WWE discussion, of course, our main event, the fantasy booking for WrestleMania. But our top story this evening, snow in Southern California. This was the view outside of my patio not even 2 hours ago, ladies and gentlemen.
That's madness.
What the hell?
Crazy, dude.
I was telling you earlier, Noah, and you didn't believe me. This was legit my view not even 2 hours ago. It stopped, but that's what we were dealing with here earlier.
I got driving too fast for the snow.
Bro, it looks like a desert too.
Well,
it's the high desert.
Yeah.
It's RVD's desert, the high desert.
Nobody gets as high as RVD.
Are you sure Glacier didn't invade it?
Damn it.
I'm wondering, we were supposed to have an Indy show here today. You guys plugged it last night. I appreciate that. Valor Pro Wrestling, they had to postpone the show today
because of this
due to that weather.
Right? I can't drive anywhere. You got friggin' ice in friggin' California. What the hell?
Okay, well,
Legit, Cece tried to take the kids out earlier because they were going to go get new phones. The roads were closed.
Yeah.
The thing
We
that
could
you-
get out of the driveway where our parking was,
but
you try to go one way,
drive, right?
there's
Okay.
a barricade at the light. You try to go the other way, there's a barricade at the light. Like that was as far as we could go.
Oh Jesus.
That's bonkers. I mean, I can understand Midwest and Buffalo, New York, poor Allie. I mean, getting snowed in, but then you all out there in California, where you're lucky to see a day below freaking 40 degrees, you're showing me freaking snow miser invaded the freaking west side of the country.
For real. You know, Brendan, we didn't get enough. You know, it wasn't a huge snowfall. I mean, it came down pretty good. It blanketed the desert.
Yes.
There was enough snow that when my daughter woke up this morning at her house, she made a snowman. That's been named Rocky.
Wow.
Yes.
You know, so there was enough snow that she was able to do that. But as you can see, she pretty much cleared the sidewalk to do that. So,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Yes.
So, first name Rocky, last name Maivia, or
No. I confirm with her. It's Rocky, as in the Rocky Horror Picture Show creature. Oh, Rocky, because I sent her that. in
gotcha.
I was gonna say,
her and
knowing,
Colleen Horizon would be great friends.
I was gonna say, knowing my daughter, it was either Rocky like Rocky Horror or Rocky like Rocky Raccoon, the Beatles song.
And here I thought you just wanted to do the time warp again.
It's just jump to the left.
I
gotta go back in time, Marty.
Wrong movie.
Yeah, exactly, Raymond. It's snowing for real.
It's real. Yeah, it is.
No, Safet. Cali is not used to the snow.
At least not SoCal.
Yeah, unless you're in the mountain areas like Big Bear, Mount Rubidoux, and Riverside, you know, Mount Baldy, then yeah, you're a little bit more used to it. But this, nah.
It's nuts. It
does look gorgeous, though, Kyle. You're absolutely right. I got up when I was told it was snowing. I was like a giddy schoolgirl. I was like, "It's so pretty."
It is very pretty. Yeah,
it's like because we're not used to it. And,
fair enough.
And y'all should know after doing the Christmas show of Open Mic Night, Christmas is my favorite time of year.
Right.
Thursday it started snowing for the first time, and it maybe only snowed for about 30 minutes. But it snowed long enough and it looked good enough that I literally went to Spotify on my phone and started playing my Christmas playlist as I was driving.
There you go.
It's like I wanted to hear Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow. I wanted to hear, you know, White Christmas. I wanted to hear these songs. And I was getting looks. I was getting looks for my Lyft passengers. I'm like, bro, it's snowing. Like, come on.
Hold on.
Tell me it doesn't put you in the spirit.
I mean, there's some people that only have that spirit one time a year. But, I mean, here's why I do on snow days. When our city got shut down, I was out shoveling and stuff like that. I was listening to an orchestrated version of Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster Cult by
in the spirit of Come Bow Buckaroo Holiday, and also for non-copyright. I'm dreaming of a Caucasian holiday.
Damn it, James, you freaking idiot.
Just like the ones we can't sing about no more.
Zach, how's it going? We are happy that you're still alive and you're not in the hospital with alcohol poisoning.
Seriously.
Don't worry about missing the sports bar. There will be one on Tuesday. Trust and believe, good sir.
Indeed.
We did miss you. Wish him well for Dory's birthday, but it is what it is. Mardi Gras knocking futz, so we understand. I will say this about where JJ is not too far from where Dylan's mom is, which I know is a horrible thought for JJ's mind.
It's still about an hour drive from us to Charlie Brown's.
Yeah, but even still, that area will get the occasional snow this time of year, but it won't like stick and make a video like you had, right? We never get that shit here in Santa Clarita, and if it does, it's one of those. Dylan was 2 in the high chair here in the kitchen, and I was feeding him breakfast, and his mom goes, "It's snowing outside." Bullshit. Open the door. Oh, it's snowing. Hi. So to have not only snow in my driveway, but a downed tree blocking my exit from my driveway, yeah, the weather's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little cray-cray.
Little cray-cray, but you know what? It's perfect. And you mentioned the lack of the lack of monetization today. In that vein, when we do our plugs at the end, I have a wonderful video to show from a dear friend who I may or may not see at the show I'm going to plug. So that's why I wanted to get the video out there.
No worries. Darren, hello. Good to see you. Speaking of Cray. Yeah, I'm cut off and I haven't even had one yet.
That's
Speaking
right.
of Cray, our opening story.
This motherfucker.
Oh no!
Yeah, this dumbass. Yeah.
Yay.
Because this man just doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut.
Oh, look, the real viral disease.
Whoa!
Dynamite was a decent show with some strong segments until the main event. You can't put a fat wrestler with tits in the last segment and have him bleed profusely all over the place and think that is how you draw viewers.
Oh my god.
Hashtag AEW Dynamite.
Whatever, bro.
Now, I haven't seen Dynamite yet this week. I've been a little bit too crazy myself. Hopefully, come next week, things will get back to normal around here for me.
Pay-per-view week. Good luck with that.
Well, no, because you gotta understand the last 2 weeks.
Oh, no.
Well, the last 3.5 weeks. CC's son Dennis has had practices until about 8 o'clock at night, getting ready for his play that he's been doing for the school for Matilda Jr.
Right.
Opening weekend was last weekend, and then this weekend was the final performances. Today's obviously got canceled because of the snow and everything.
Yes.
So now they're trying to reschedule that day. But with going out and driving until 8 o'clock at night when I would go to pick him up, then trying to come home and either watch a movie I need to review or watch wrestling television so I can stay up with the current product.
Yeah.
And then everything else going on in my world, it's just been nuck and futs to say the least.
Yeah.
So they're trying to figure out what day they're going to reschedule the play. It'll either be Friday, Saturday next week, the week after, or the week after. One day of those 6 choices.
Got it.
So with that exception, pretty much back to smooth sailing around here. Back to my regularly scheduled programming, if you will.
Which is good with AEW Revolution coming up a week from tomorrow. So it's,
yeah, I mean, I probably won't be there much for that one anyways. There's no way for me to watch it.
No.
So
I'm working. It turns out
I may or may not pop in here and there. Okay, so I'll probably be there to produce it then.
Yeah, 4:30 to 11.
But be that as it may, if I get caught up on it, great. As long as I stay up to date on the WWE product, so I can do what I need to do with the simple man with the spectacular voice who looks like he's going to sleep there with his shades on.
Trying to avoid talking about Glenn, I think. Who can blame his dumbass? But not Noah. Who can blame Noah if I'm talking about Disco Inferno's dumbass?
Well,
there we go.
I've already stated my case. He is the viral disease,
Oh!
and Johnny Swinger is more relevant than this dude, and he wrestles for Impact Wrestling.
I am so glad Darren phrased it exactly like that, and I'll tell you why. I saw I don't know if they were the first to post it. It just caught my eye after seeing Disco spew out of his damn viral mouth again. Jim Cornette on why WWE shouldn't bring Brandy Rhodes for Cody's feud with Roman Reigns. All right. So I quote tweeted that from PW Mania, who liked my quote tweet, so I'm not going to get in trouble because they obviously liked my humor about it.
There we go.
Jeff Meacham on why wrestling sites should cease posting quotes and comments and tweets from pre-21st century stars in wrestling.
Oh, shit.
As long as we keep discussing / posting about these out-of-touch personalities, they'll keep thinking the majority of us care about their irrelevant opinions on an industry that has long since passed them by.
Damn.
Yeah.
Cornette is a funny dude. Cool. He hasn't been relevant since roughly 1994.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even 95, because that was when he was still, I think he was still managing Owen the Bulldog at that point, I think.
Yep.
What about when he tried to bring in Jeff Jarrett in like early 98?
With all due respect to the Horseman Jeff Jarrett, I done said what the hell I said.
I'm just asking. It was a legitimate question.
Okay, so all right. So
it wasn't designed to get you riled up. It was a legitimate question.
I'll even give him 98, which is still pre-21st century.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Vince Russo. Okay. People go back and forth on Russo, whatever. I never had a crossword directly with Vince. He was a guest on our show back in the day, always treated us well. But my God, people need to stop giving him the attention. Now, the other two Nimrods in this conversation, Conan and Disco. Okay. Conan wouldn't have been a relevant anything in the United States had Bischoff not hired him for WCW and had not Kevin Nash went, he's got a cool factor. Let's put red and black on him and see what happens. Disco Inferno wouldn't have been even that relevant if he hadn't had the shit scraped off the Wolfpack Elite shoe and, ooh, cool, I can make a shirt out of this pile of poo. Disco Inferno was never relevant on camera. Now, people will tell you, and I agree, his creativity put forward toward early, and I mean early NWA TNA was helpful. But for him to just blase, you can't put a guy with fat tits. It's like, dude, first of all, it's a poor choice of words in today's PC heavy culture.
Wow.
You know, which is
straight
like
up fat shaming for one.
It's straight up fat shaming.
And let's be real. I'm sure myself, I know I speak for myself, and I'm sure James and Jeff would kill to have Moxley's body.
Well, I'm pretty sure he meant Evil Uno. Is because
he meant Uno.
He meant Uno, which, you know, Uno's never been a bodybuilder, to be fair. But
no.
Again, you know, people will sit here and the problem is, you know, everybody's trying to please everybody, and this is not how the world works, especially in professional wrestling / sports entertainment.
Yeah, no.
You know, people will talk all about, you know, Tony Khan's connection to today's early, you know, first topic about the snow. Whatever you want to believe about Tony's connection to that part of the world, you can't please everybody. And Moxley going through the Dark Order in connection to his feud with Adam Page, fucking duh, makes sense to have Evil Uno go up against him in a featured matchup.
And it was actually one of the best angled matches that they've done in a while, by the way.
These two guys have made me, again, JJ and I go back and forth on Hangman Page because I'm not Adam's biggest fan, but I also understand the appeal of a lot of the masses toward the Hangman. But
I'm just saying, like, when Logan Paul does a better buckshot lariat than the guy that does it as a regular move, we got some issues here.
No, I get that. Yeah. And the fact is, the most prolific, well-known buckshot lariat in AEW is one where Punk broke his damn leg. So, I mean, let's just call it what it is.
What's up?
But this feud with Moxley going into Revolution has made me believe in Hangman again. And I'm here for it because we haven't seen a lot of Hangman for it because of his, you know, alleged concussions or whatever. But the Dark Order's coming to Adam's defense has been good television. And for Disco, again, if we don't, and again, we're bringing him up on the show, so clearly I'm a goddamn hypocrite. But at the end of the day, the more we keep posting about Disco, Conan, Russo, Cornette, all these viral parasite is no, I believe it's right. Sorry for the wrong term, Miller there. But let's keep bringing these morons up. They're going to keep going. It's much like the world of politics where you keep bringing this person up or you engage this person, he's going to keep adding you on Twitter. It's going to be a thing. If a tree falls in the forest, no one's around. Does anybody hear it? If a tree falls in the if a tree falls
in the woods and no one's around,
to hear it, doesn't make a sound.
Mm-hmm. If I may also, because out of the four people you mentioned, right, none of the other three aren't even credible when it comes to freaking Conan, because Conan has actual experience in the industry, and I don't know if anybody actually on the show actually has a problem with Conan, but even if they do, I guarantee you Conan out of those four, way more positive with the wrestling industry and the way it is now than a lot of these other idiots.
Yes, Conan was a legitimate, he was called the Hulk Hogan of Mexico in his heyday, and I'm not going to sit here and dispute that with anybody. But Conan, you know, some of his takes are by and large skewed the wrong direction for 2023 wrestling. But he is the lesser of the four evils I mentioned. And the problem, it's like Darren said, Disco wouldn't even have relevancy in 2023 if he wasn't part of Disco Conan's podcast.
Right.
Which is part of the Russo network, which again, people let the shit trickle down the Russo. Vince Russo appears to be a very loyal person because, he and Jared had a little lover squirrel last year. They seem to have made nice again. Conan and Disco have always been on the Russo proverbial bandwagon and vice versa. So it seems like they're all still, buddy. But the bottom line is they wouldn't be getting the attention they get if people would quit posting about them. Does anybody really, truly give one flying if Evil Uno was in the main event of Dynamite because despite how he looks? No, he was in there because he's in a blood feud involving his buddy Hangman Page and the biggest babyface in the company right now, Jon Moxley.
He didn't even say anything that was original when it comes and for Disco, because Disco said this before about fat wrestlers too,
right?
And V and Fuso did a whole video on this freaking dumb shit, saying the same thing. I think he said the same thing about Bronson Reed at one point.
And
it's not even original for Disco, for Glenn Gilberti's sake. He's just regurgitating the same shit over and over again. And meanwhile, regardless of how people may feel about Conan on his opinions and shit, he's probably rolling his eyes and like, oh my God, why do I have this guy on my show? Why? Because at least this guy gets to work out of the other three too. Conan actually still gets work in nowadays modern pro wrestling.
In AEW, no less.
Yeah. What does Glenn Gilberti do other than job the Scarlet Bordeaux on Impact like 5 years ago? Tell me.
Right. Like I said, I don't have a problem with Glenn's contributions to the industry as a creative person, under Vincent Russo and TNA. Allegedly he was going to be brought into WWE when Russo was asked back in 2002 prior to TNA forming. Apparently he had some input toward the NWW, which, how you want to feel about the NWW, there were actually some good points. But for him to just think it's okay to vomit all over Twitter is absurd and obscene of him.
Yeah.
Again,
that's all I'm getting across there. Again,
I've never been a huge Disco hater, but this stuff that he's been doing lately really makes me question his sanity.
Yep.
And I feel like that's all we need to say on that. Somebody needs to wake Noah up.
Well, JJ, I'll ask Noah. Here's the thing, to buy wherever the hell that shirt is. I think pretty sure it's on Teespring. The fact that we all seem to lose our sanity within 280 characters nowadays. That's the problem, is that everybody's allowed to have 280 characters to speak their mind without accountability. Mike Tyson's tweet, whatever it was a few years ago, made so much sense to me. Social media has made everybody real comfortable without getting punched in the face for their bullshit. Is basically, he didn't say exactly that, but pretty much.
Yeah.
Noah, you coined the viral diseases phrase on the show last week or whatever it was, which was just tremendous with regards to Logan Paul. Now that we're
the chamber call.
Yeah, the chamber call. Thank you. Now that we're talking about another seemingly uncurable viral disease on social media that is Disco Inferno. I mean, first of all, cool, Glenn. You can wear the Wolfpack colors even though you're not in the Wolfpack, back then, and, you were quasi-Wolfpack officially. Good on you, Glenn. But, Noah, do you have any opinion on this whatsoever? We've lost him.
Noah?
No, wake up.
Respect one another. Don't acknowledge venereal diseases. I see.
Viral diseases. Wow.
Diseases.
Wow. We're having a whole other show now. Okay.
Well, what's the difference? We are talking about Disco.
Twitter doesn't make you a better person. Nor does Twitter make you believe that you have the right to say anything and that it actually means something.
There we go.
There we go. Summed it up perfectly. And
all of those opinions are Stat Boy
approved.
That's right.
More than likely, he's probably like, yeah, I'll approve this.
That's okay. Stat Boy's opinions on a classic content are going to be maybe not Casa approved, but they'll be Stat Boy approved in retrospect. And you guys will see that soon over in the Casa D18 Studios after WrestleMania.
Bro,
I don't disagree with that, Brendan, but if that's the only reason he's doing it, then it's no different than clickbait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and we're opposed to clickbait here.
We are, yes, but
for me, it's like, I know I'm not exactly Mr. PC. Like, I've said some shit, but like,
really, we never noticed, James.
I know, but like, dude, come on now, man. Like, I'm a fat boy, and like, this is a dude. What the hell is Conan? Like, Conan is not exactly in the leanest shape anymore. This guy has got to feel somewhat offended by this. What the hell? This is your friend? He's
trust and believe. I'm sure if Disco steps too far out of line, Conan will smack him back into place during a commercial break. So
there we go.
Knowing Conan, he would. So anyway.
No, don't have him do that, because then Disco will think it's a freaking angle that they got to work.
Everything in Glenn Gilbert's life's an angle. That's why he's on Twitter. That's all he freaking does is angles against himself on Twitter. That's what Brendan is trying to say there.
Fair enough.
Before we go to commercial, I did want to show these pictures real quick. This was supposed to be part of my welcome and our introduction, but I completely forgot about them because I was down in the videos portion. But I did want to touch very briefly on the party and celebration that we had this past week.
Yes.
Yeah, look at that.
Crazy times. And Brett knew his audience, Brett Buchanan, the man that you guys may not recognize at this point because he's been off NoDQ for so long, but he came wearing a Disney era Angels hat, so he knew his audience coming in. So good on him. That was. So this is at a place that was recommended by our boy Wade Needham, Webmaster Wade, called Salty Dog Tavern.
Salty Dog Tavern.
Now, to JJ's credit, I'll co-sign with your opinion. By the way, Jay, the way it was built up, it sounded like it was going to be Hooters without all the corporate gaga and shutdown bullshit.
Yeah, like the way the chat made it sound, you basically were going to be walking into a titty bar, except the strippers were going to be serving you food.
You know what?
Because one of the comments in the chat even said, "Grab some titties for me." I'm like, wow, this is that kind of place? Okay. And then we get there and like it's your typical dive bar. Like,
it's
don't get me wrong, the
bar.
waitress was cute.
Oh yeah.
But it wasn't even like Hooters status. I was like, whoa, really?
Nah, man. If you're
but you know what though? She was sweet as peach. The one that actually the one that was
no, it was not healthy. There was nothing on that menu that was healthy.
All the fried,
even
the table was fried, the plate was
even
fried,
the
everything.
Salads were trash.
Yeah, I had a pulled pork grilled cheese sandwich on a Wednesday. I was feeling it till yesterday. I know. And with tater tots. Can't forget tater tots.
And Noah, we're off Disco now. We're talking about food.
Yes.
And the only reason I didn't have a drink at lunch is because I had to go to work at 2. I swear to God, that's the only reason I didn't drink at lunch because what? I got to be at work at 2. So
pretty much.
But
all right, so we're going to throw to our first commercial here, and then we're going to come back and discuss an interesting topic. Something that me and Noah actually got together earlier to kind of collaborate on something for. So hopefully that'll get him to return to normal Noah during this trailer. This is not the premiere because it did run earlier today on my review, but this is the first look on Open Mic Night of what is coming to Renegades Reviews next month.
What we good?
We're back. We're back.
Great music.
Yes.
Yeah, buddy.
Why is it still playing?
Good question.
What?
It's playing right now. Okay, yeah. I want to thank our friends at Roadside over on YouTube for that remix of the WrestleMania 90s version song. Much like I used their classic WrestleMania song for the WrestleMania week teaser, which is coming up later. Yeah, these guys are great. They're actually based not too far from the Fabulous Forum, as we found out at Dynamite.
There you go.
They're based in, it's far enough. They're down in San Diego County. They're down in Escondido. But met him at Dynamite. Turned out it was him. And they're like, oh, yeah, please keep using my stuff. Just give me a little plug. I was like, okie dokie. So, yeah.
Sounds good.
Nice.
So, yes.
Okay, I figured out why it was still playing, because when you went to his page, it started playing that song.
Yeah.
Read some intro video on his page.
That's his newest thing.
I was like, why is the song still playing?
Hey, let's play it all night. I can rock to it.
He literally put it up 2 weeks ago. That's the newest thing he's uploaded, which he hasn't done a WrestleMania one since the classic one. I was like, dude, all right, he's getting into the Mania stuff. That's a boy.
No, why not?
Now,
But yeah,
WWE, I'm kind of tired of the same pop song from the same artist in 4 years in a row. Just saying.
I will say this, though. He does a killer, wink, wink, pun not intended until right now in my head, mix of the Michael Myers Halloween theme. Oh, my God. Like, I'll play it for you off air later, but goddamn, it's good.
If you like killer renditions. I was going to say, if you like killer renditions of the Halloween theme, you got to look up. I don't know if you can find a short clip of it, but there's a violinist and a pianist that does like the Halloween theme, and they're doing it for like people on Omegle, and it's out of this world good.
We'll have to search for it off air while JD is trying to get the next topic brought up.
For sure.
So that is what is coming up in just a couple of days from me. Jeff has been blowing my messages up the last few days talking about, you got a trailer yet for next month? You got a trailer yet for next month? It's like, no, I've been busy. Like, I explained to y'all earlier, like, what's been going on. It's like, I got a lot of stuff going on in my head. And to be fair, I was trying to wait till the last minute to see if they were going to start announcing Hall of Famers for this year.
But they haven't.
To start trying to throw some, like if they had made Batista official, I have a Batista movie that I had kept to the side. Yes, he was pictured in there alongside RVD, but God damn it, that is Rob's movie, not Batista's. Everywhere you go, all the posters you see, Batista's like front and center.
Yep.
Dude is in the movie for like 15 minutes.
He's only in Guardians of the Galaxy and that Uber movie.
It is RVD's movie.
It is Rob's movie, very much so.
Knock at the Cabin, that's going to be a new release. That's got Dave.
That's Dave, yeah.
But that doesn't even count as part of the movies that star Hall of Famers because that's a new release. So,
I got to figure it in because you got to figure Kevin Hart's going to be in the celebrity category eventually.
Kevin Hart deserves a celebrity induction just for his friendship with The Rock.
That's
right. I agree.
Then the one, Your Place or Mine with Ashton Kutcher, that 70s show had The Rock on it very early in his acting career.
And
playing his dad, Soul Man Rocky Johnson.
That's right.
And then the other one, we have a ghost, Anthony Mackie from the MCU, who's been in Avengers movies with Dave Batista. So, we got some whole 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon going on here and how we can connect some of these people to pro wrestling.
I haven't heard Kevin Bacon since Footloose.
Hey,
and
I guarantee you, though, Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies, the only reason Shane Douglas is in that movie is to make sure he could be in the movie with Hall of Famers. Because he ain't getting in his damn self, poor Shane.
Brendan Crabtree said he saw Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies, and it was so stupid it was funny.
100% agreed. Oh, my God.
Safed says next month is going to be wild. Absolutely. Alistair, good to see you.
Hey, Alistair.
Darren says no one needs a Mountain Dew.
I'm covered.
He's covered. He's already covered.
No, he was just doing that until he knew for sure we weren't going to talk about Mr. Dipsheet.
I will say that just be glad that JJ didn't make himself do 31 days like he was talking about doing for March.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not going back to 31 days, not counting Halloween and Christmas, until I can stabilize my life around here and actually focus all energies to the channel and not have to go out doing lifting stuff.
Priorities for passions, but also
Absolutely.
organization is key.
Exactly.
Yep.
So moving on here on the topics, we're going to jump to WWE.
Hi.
All right.
And everybody knows, it is no secret, if you have even done anything in wrestling since WrestleMania last year, you've known the direction that WWE was heading when one Cody Rhodes made his return for Seth freaking Rollins.
Yes.
He won the Rumble. Everyone now knows it's going to be Cody versus Roman at Mania.
Finish the story.
But the question here on my mind is, if Cody doesn't do it, which all roads lead to WrestleMania and him accomplishing this.
Right.
But if Cody cannot finish the story and his finish to the story ends up like Sami Zayn's, then who?
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
No, not them.
Before I go into my spiel, I want to go to Jeff and James here and see if y'all have any suggestions about if it's not Cody, so that Roman can get to those 1,000 days.
Pedro Morales, 1,074. He's the next one. If Roman beats him, he is the top 5 of all time. He's number 6 right now.
And JJ, you can go and throw it up. Noah's stat is most definitely.
Let me find.
Yes.
There you go. Because I've been checking. I've been watching the list myself because Roman's getting close to Pedro every day. So.
You figure if he carries it until SummerSlam, he surpasses.
Yeah, I had it. I finally mapped it out. If the announced dates are true that we were going to talk about this weekend are true, Memorial Weekend, Double or Nothing, and the King of the Ring, Queen Crown weekend is the end game for 1,000 days officially. So, like you said, hell, even Money in the Bank, if he gets there, he's set.
But Money in the Bank wouldn't eclipse Pedro, would it? Because that would only be another 60.
Pedro, no, but he'll get the 1,000 if he gets to Memorial Day weekend.
So he'd have to get to SummerSlam.
Oh, for Pedro, yes. I'm sorry, I misheard part of that. I apologize. So I know what you're going to throw to, so I'll stay off of that one. God, if it's not Cody at this stage, the way it's been built, the way they've involved Heyman, the way Heyman's involved family and invoked Dusty, because damn, man. Y'all know how I feel about the Rhodes family and how close I've been with the Rhodes family over the years.
I met Dustin live and told him myself. You don't have to tell me anything, Jeff.
God, the Rhodes are so special to this multiverse without a doubt. I don't think it's going to be Bray because he's not there yet, and I don't even think a build between now and SummerSlam will get Bray there. Bray is still very much a featured attraction player, not a champion right now.
Yeah, a gimmick.
Thank you, gimmick. I was trying to be nice, but yeah, he's a freaking gimmick. God, if it's not Cody, if it's not who's going to be brought up here momentarily with you guys, I honestly don't think they're going to execute it before the 1,000 days, maybe even before Pedro. Because,
hot take.
Gunther's is a hot take. It is a legitimate claim, though.
How's it going, Matt?
Always good to see you.
We talk about the Intercontinental Championship, just subtangent. What have we always called the Intercontinental Championship when it was truly presented the right way? The Workhorse Championship. And that Workhorse put on the bigger and brighter things, and sometimes they did go on to become the world champion in WWE. We've seen it countless times.
You know what's so sad, though? I was thinking about that when doing my WrestleMania card thing, which we're going to talk about in the main event tonight. I had to look up who the U.S. champion was. That's so bad. I know, Jay. I know. I'm sorry, but like I was sitting there going, okay. Oh, that's right. He's in the story with our guy. Oops. I felt so bad for Theory. I did.
Wow.
So I was like, okay. So clearly Theory's not the answer to the problem. What happened?
Austin Theory shames you.
As he should. As he should. But the bottom line is, I'm a hardcore fan. So if a casual fan is thinking this, even less than me, he's not remembering who the U.S. champion is either, so he's clearly not the answer to the Roman Reigns problem. So theory is out. Gunther, I think if Gunther can maintain the aura without having the championship after WrestleMania, possibly. Because the likely theory is not, and clearly not Austin theory, because I can't remember his damn ass being the champion, but the working theory would be that one of Drew or Sheamus will beat Gunther finally for the championship at WrestleMania. You would think. So I like that. I like that, Ray. We'll go with Gunther for my answer on that. Go ahead, Jay. You're good.
I said James.
He was gonna go to me, but you continue, Jeff.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just gonna comment on the thing. It's like I like Gunther, and I do see him as a world champion because he's been carefully crafted into the WWE mold. He's lost all that weight. He's still in ungodly good shape, and now he's an even bigger killer than he was as Walter.
Do we have to remind people of his conditioning with the fact he went over a damn hour and 10 minutes in the Royal Rumble?
Right.
Nope.
Exactly.
Walter want to be able to do that. Gunther, good. That's the difference.
Yeah. Honestly, for me, if it's not Cody, the only person I could realistically think is Sammy next at SummerSlam. It would be Sammy at SummerSlam. Honestly, I don't see. There's only two guys now, at least right now,
right?
And that's Sammy and Cody.
What about the comment from Darren there, Braun Breaker?
Nope, not even close to ready.
Not even close.
I don't think so.
I like Braun and everything, but like he's got a lot of work that needs to be done right now, and it's not happening. Especially not this year. It's not happening.
No, I agree with you. I know, James, you often don't see the comments because you're not on the screen, so you don't see all the comments come in. So I just want to make sure you addressed it since it was brought up.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Fair enough.
Man.
No.
Rollins, it really depends how thing with Logan goes.
Yeah, honestly, it really does. I don't see that happening.
I don't either.
I actually last year at the Royal Rumble, Roman got disqualified. Barry Bronson has passed.
The problem is, last year Roman already beat both of them anyway.
Yeah,
he beat Logan and he beat Rollins, so it doesn't even matter who.
Well, no. I didn't mean it meant based on the winner. I meant Seth's perception and possibility of being back in the main event picture will be clearly defined how his program with Logan Paul goes, win or lose. Yeah. If he makes Logan a viable WWE superstar, which right now for me, he's not. He is a great outside persona being brought into Papa reaction or whatever, but he's not a legitimate WWE superstar for me. If he and Rollins have a great match, I'll believe. And that will make me go, you know what? Rollins James brought up a good point. He got DQ'd at the Rumble last year. And last year at the Rumble for Roman, it wasn't about Rollins. It was about making sure Brock didn't leave the night as champion. And he did. He accomplished that task. Then he had to face him at WrestleMania anyway. So it really didn't matter. Rollins, I feel, if Roman remains champion, there's still that little bitty nugget of unfinished business between the former members of the Shield.
Wouldn't be the first time he used Money in the Bank for that either. Let's not forget.
Especially those two guys.
Yeah.
In the same night, as well as Moxley. The only time it was the only time every member of a faction was a world champion on the same night.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I even though you're saying all that and there is that unfinished business, Rollins as a heel pussied out of that match ever doing it again. And that was clear the way they were booking him. I mean, yeah, he's turning face. He's obviously probably beating Logan. I would hope anyway. But dude, there's no way.
Rollins as a clear, defined, not maybe like goody two-shoe, giddy, apple pie baby face at this point, but back on the baby face side of the roster again, Seth Rollins against past 1,000 days Roman Reigns. That intrigues me as a viewer personally.
Maybe, but for me, the only way he's beating Roman is after he loses the title. I don't even see him.
I'm not saying he beats Roman. JJ asked who would be a viable challenger for Roman should he get past Cody. Seth Rollins, Gunther, Sami Zayn, you mentioned again, if done properly again, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I'm not really sure. Those are the only ones that I could see.
There you go.
Well, I have a video that I'm going to present. It's the reason why we're going to be unable to monetize today. That's why the little ticker is going across the bottom.
Yes.
Despite the 100 ways that I tried to fix this, adding my own commentary with Noah, deleting the audio, covering up the WWE logo, flipping the video. Everything I tried, it was still going to be blocked in the countries it was going to be blocked in. So
That's right.
It is what it is.
Love that.
But I had seen something on a wrestling group that I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
And it really got my head thinking to where I went on YouTube. I found a longer clip of the match than what they had originally presented.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I messaged Noah. I was like, hey, I want to do this. You down to help me out? And we know the simple man with the spectacular voice. You're offering a chance for him to call a wrestling match? He's like, abso-fucking-lutely. Let's do this.
Ringest man in WrestleMania Access.
So, yeah, exactly. Think about the days of Access where you would call just a few minutes of a match.
Hell yes.
And that's
That sounds
basically what Noah and I did. So this is what I present as who.
Bros and Seth Rollins can't believe it. And what a moment in time that was.
Huh.
And now we stand here in 2023 and we wonder, did Roman Reigns ever forget that? Does Jey Uso believe he could still do that? I see what you did there.
That is my point here, Noah. 10 years later, we sit. If not Cody Rhodes, could it be Jey Uso, the man who registered the first pinfall on Roman Reigns on the active roster?
Well, we talk about backlash. I think we talk about fallout because based on what could happen at WrestleMania, that very well could be the case. Again, we are talking about finish the story. What story truly needs to finish? Is it Cody's? Or is it Roman's? Or is it somebody that we're maybe not figured about until now? Jey Uso. Only time will tell, JJ.
Absolutely. Back to the rest of us here in the panel.
Huh.
That is...
Yeah, maybe.
I remember the pin. I remember that match because, God, the Authority was on the Shield once they decided they were on him, man.
Right?
I forgot that was Roman's first pinfall loss. That's an interesting take. I dig it.
September 23rd, 2013.
Before Battleground.
Almost 10 years ago.
And the start of the Yes movement heading into next year, which was the road to WrestleMania 30.
Think about this for a minute, gentlemen. Again, we've said all roads lead to WrestleMania. The writing is virtually on the wall that Cody's going to do it.
Right.
What if Cody loses? What if Roman hits the 1,000 marker?
Mm-hmm.
Come SummerSlam, he would pass Pedro Morales.
Yep.
Jey Uso wins Money in the Bank. Cash in at SummerSlam.
On his cousin.
Almost 10 years later, Jey Uso finishes the story. The first person to pin Roman on the active roster. Main event Jey Uso, the first man to fall in line with the bloodline.
Mm.
The man to end the tyrannical streak.
Well, considering Noah's going to be there in Detroit, and you and I will be on that call, JJ, we'll probably hear Noah's pop from here. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm not going to have a voice when I get back to my hotel, but I guarantee you I will have some sort of reaction afterwards. I'll blast in this room too.
It'll be me and JJ on the call for WWE until Survivor Series with your lack of voice after that, you poor bastard.
So that is my proposal.
That is, you know what? Like I said, I knew what your initial pitch was going to be and who it was going to be, and James not bringing it up did surprise me. But yeah, this the way it was laid out, it makes so much sense. I dig it.
It's
I dig it.
long-term storytelling at its finest.
A decade in the underwriting.
Right. My only thing is, you got to remember how old Cody is. How old Cody is. Excuse me.
Right. No.
And he's not getting any younger.
Right.
If not now, for him, when?
Well,
that's my point. Honestly, I maybe you could wait until they have WrestleMania 40 in Georgia, but I can't think of a more Hollywood story than Cody winning the belts.
Well, WrestleMania 40 is going to be at
40's in Philly already. Yeah, they already announced that.
That's right. That's why I'm saying you can't wait until they just decide to, he's finally in Georgia. No, man, this is it for me.
You could do it at Mania 40 because here's my only problem with Cody doing it at Mania. Okay.
God.
The time Cody was out with his injury.
Mm-hmm.
If Cody hadn't been sidelined, I'd be more in favor of him taking the strap off of Ronan.
6 months.
But you figure he came back at Mania, fought Seth at Mania, Backlash, and Hell in a Cell 3 months in a row.
Yep.
Then he got injured and was gone. Then he comes back, Rumble, Chamber, Mania, and he's champion.
Yep.
I feel like if he loses at Mania, then we can build to maybe even having him win King of the Ring. I don't know if there's gonna be a title shot attached to it. I think there should. I think just like the winner of the Rumble gets the shot at Mania, winner of King of the Ring should get the main event at SummerSlam.
And you figure back in the old days, it was like, the original three ways: Royal Rumble win, King of the Ring, or Money in the Bank. Those are the 3 ways to guarantee yourself a title opportunity for the richest prize.
But
so have Cody win King of the Ring, get the main event at SummerSlam. Even if he defeats Roman, then have Jay cash in on Cody and take it away. Or have Jay pull a Seth, cash in mid-match and turn it into a triple threat.
Right. Maybe. I think even though Cody wasn't there for a while, he more than earned his keep to be the champion, and it should be now after the Hell in a Cell performance. I don't think you should wait any longer than that, because that's still fresh in a lot of people's heads, despite how long ago it was.
I still think the end game was always going to be Cody at WrestleMania. I think he was going to win the Rumble regardless if he was on the roster the entire year or not.
Yeah.
Right, but if he had been on the roster the entire year, it would have been almost a year's build to him winning the belt at Mania, as opposed to a split build.
I'm not opposed to Jay winning the title at some point either, but I think the grudge match between Roman and Jay doesn't actually need the title. I think there's ways you can have Cody as the champion give shots to members of Bloodline or the former Bloodline. And for example, first he gives it to Sami Zayn at WrestleMania Backlash. Then he gives a shot to, Jey Uso at the next following event. And then he gives another shot to, maybe Jimmy Uso, maybe on a Raw or a SmackDown, live SmackDown, something like that.
About work.
Being the workhorse for the championship, then that can, bring some more dissension, in the bloodline between Jay and Roman until Jay has finally just had enough. And it's a slower build for, Jay to just be like, I have had it. Then you could have the match between Roman and Jay at WrestleMania without the championship needing to be involved. You could also start the program between Jimmy and Jay and start a blood feud between them, which we pitched, I think, a couple weeks back. That would be interesting also.
Brothers face each other.
You know?
Oof.
And then Jay built himself for WrestleMania 40 to get the championship. I don't necessarily think you have to have Roman as a champion. It would be a nice touch, but I don't think it's necessarily needed.
The thing about this story, though, is that we're looking at all these different players, and we're kind of like making the titles an afterthought, where they're trying to make the titles be the biggest thing in this picture when really they're not. I look at this WrestleMania, I do think about your post booking, and just to sell a tease, when I was thinking about,
Right.
as he booking current WrestleMania Goes Hollywood Dream Card, I was kind of thinking, what can happen at WrestleMania that foreshadows what the next show is called, Backlash, where it's not a rematch, but it's continuation, or maybe an epilogue of sorts of a story. Like I
Right.
said, like me and Jada talked about, will a story truly be finished at WrestleMania? I'm still unsure. And you're talking about workhorse, JJ. We saw Rob. We saw what Paul Heyman did, changing the narrative in his own way. Now talking about Cody, can you handle what it means to be the tribal chief position? Can you handle the work? Can you handle the pressure, the stress? Can you handle this time being away from your family, etc., etc., etc.? So right now we're being thrown to all these different subtends and directions, where right now the only real unknown is Jey Uso, because we have yet to hear a word from him since the events of the Royal Rumble.
Right.
It's all stuff to think about.
I think
Exactly.
it is all stuff to think about. You did bring up a very compelling argument for Cody not to win. I don't think it's necessary for Jay. That's it.
I don't think he was necessarily,
We're even not even talking about him and Paul Heyman.
True.
I feel Paul Heyman has been the narrator of this story since the beginning. And I'm not just talking about JD, your clip. We saw the emotional turn and breakdown
of
and
Paul.
the backshadowing.
Yeah.
When Cody Rhodes talked to Mr. Heyman and told him about the influence he had, not only on him, but his father. This goes way back beyond the bloodline. So honestly, right now, we just might have just thought about another play we didn't even think about. What if Paul Heyman dictates the ending? I did talk about Godfather. I talked about the scene in the boat where he just, is slowly behind him and just pulls out the gun and just,
If you watch Heyman's documentary, if you've quite frankly talked to Paul Heyman in the last 40 years, let's be real, because he does it all the time. Getting to be a photographer at the Garden was one thing, but hustling his way into a production meeting for the American Dream, running Jim Crockett Promotions, if you will, that was really the genesis of Paul Heyman being in the business.
I don't watch documentaries, and I actually watched that one just because of that.
Paul's was so good. Even my dad, who is a Heyman hater, loved that documentary.
My Name is Paul Heyman DVD. I love that. That's one of my favorite DVDs they put out.
It was so good that I was mad at JJ for buying it before I had a chance to see it. It was that good. I was mad at them legitimately.
Now you can watch it on Peacock.
Exactly.
Me and Noah were even talking once I had stopped recording, and we did that earlier, about the whole Heyman situation.
Yeah.
And how Heyman turned on Brock for show, and then on show for Angle, and created Team Angle.
Yep.
And it's like, what if he does something similar here?
And you figure Dusty was booking Crockett when he paired Heyman with the Samoan SWAT team.
Yeah.
So he's been with the Anawahis from the beginning.
Damn right.
I think also he has that, but Dusty brought him into the business. I think Cody giving him the respect that he hasn't felt in a long time since being with Roman, and quite frankly, since he's been with Brock, to be honest, he hasn't felt that type of respect in a very long time. Cody giving him that respect, giving him his just desserts, turning on him for that, and this is here's a thought for you. Night one, wherever it is on the card, say the Usos lose the tag titles because, again, we pitched this before, Jay walks away.
Right.
That's one member of the bloodline down. The other two, they're obviously going to run interference in the main event with Cody and Roman in night 2.
In theory.
And they get taken out by Sammy and Kevin.
Right.
That leaves just one guy. It's Heyman.
Paul, but yeah.
Heyman turns. He turns his back. He cannot bring himself to do it. Rhodes hits the crossroads. 1, 2, 3. Bloodline ends. The feuds begin. That would be compelling television to watch every week. What the hell do we go from here?
Yeah.
Now you also get the happy ending.
Well, see, I like that take, and here's where I interpret it, and I'm seeing all the comments, by the way. Yes, Paul Heyman is a notorious turner. Paul is what he is.
This would be justified on him, on his part.
He goes where the wind blows more often than not, but in this case, you're absolutely right, James. I don't think it'll be so much Paul turning. It'll be as Paul just can't, like you said, can't bring himself to take Cody down. He can't take Cody down. He can't take out the son of the man who brought him into the industry, because I know firsthand, between my association with the Dream and talking to Paul about it over the years, Paul and I and so many of us adored Dustin and Cody so much that I tell you this right now: win, lose, draw, whatever, I'm going to be a bubbling, blubbering, bawling idiot at WrestleMania when Cody walks out there in the main event, because God damn it, that's long overdue for a Rhodes to be in the main event at WrestleMania. Let me just be clear on that right now.
Quick production meeting here. As soon as I'm done talking about Roman, you're talking about Cody and his entire career during his entrance.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, for real. Because that's going to be me. I've said this. The only regret I have about going to Mania is I'm not going to be here with you guys.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna itch my shit. I'm not gonna lie,
bro. I gotta point this out, Jeff, because you brought a hell of a point. Also, he just can't bring himself to do that. He also can't take the shit and the disrespect with Roman anymore.
Well, how much can family take from one another when it feels like at this point, you're literally being punished?
The way they're building this up, and the way they have been building this up, is Roman calls it a family, but in the reality of everything, it's a cult. And Heyman's been at the bending of the knee for Roman from day one when he showed up next to him. He showed up, he was an advocate, and then he slowly was getting broken down and broken down and broken down. That's the story. You want to talk about long-term storytelling. There's a lot of long-term story with Jay. I ain't even going to hold you, but there's also that element of Heyman's been shit on by Roman.
But you know what, though? He hasn't, James. And what about the thing with the whole thing with Brock in the middle of this at Rumble last year was all a swerve. That was completely swerved to get Brock and all of us into false sense of security. Heyman has been the loyal soldier, and Roman has not ever once, truthfully, it's all storyline, people. Don't yell at me and at me on Twitter. But within the context of a storyline, Roman has not ever legitimately turned on Paul or berated Paul or anything. He's had Paul be the one to keep everybody else in friggin' line, but he's not actively berated Paul that I recall, other than the whole sword with Brock.
But there's the thing, though. Yes, they orchestrated that mastermind play, but the reason Heyman hasn't done it, and you'll notice if you watch it back, is Heyman's too scared to try and reason with Roman, and that has happened a couple times as well.
Well, yes, that's true. That's true.
Is he or is he acting? Like I said, we talk about storytelling, we talk about acting, we talk about the players and the roles, and you called Roman Reigns' bloodline a cult. I remember when finally Jimmy and Jay came together with Roman Reigns during the Thunderdome era, and there was a subtle way they embraced each other. We didn't see Jimmy or Jay's face behind Roman's shoulders. We just saw Roman and the subtleness that's like, I got them. Is his family just an insurance policy? Is the bloodline about all or truly just one? Think about that.
Included.
Well, and Heyman's ties with the bloodline start and end with Rikishi and Sam. So it's if it comes down to that, I think he'll start to realize, man, he's bagging on Junior's kids. This is not right. And even go back even further, his direct ties with the trio of terror, Albano, Blassie, and the Grand Wizard. Albano managed Samoans for years.
Yeah.
So, like I said, Heyman's ties to this cannot be understated. And I love the scenario of him not being able to enable Roman to pull the trigger on Dusty's son. I love that. That's great. That's storytelling for wrestling at its finest. That's good shit.
And here's the funny thing, and just for comedic purposes, since you brought up the entire Anoa'i lineage, there's one name we haven't mentioned. If this storyline was real life, dude, I don't care who you are. Haku's coming in and putting the Tongan death grip on you.
Well, that's fair.
Real, first shoot and ripping your jaw out.
Haku's not legitimate on Hawaii, but he's still enough where it's like, all right, look, motherfucker.
Fuck you. I ain't having it, boss.
You don't F around with freaking Haku. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, there was that brief about 45 seconds when Haku and Rikishi were tag team partners in 2001.
There
was that
brief.
Like Rumble have been like, I don't think they were partners after No Way Out. Like if they were No Way Out, that was it.
Hey, what do you mean, man? They were bad men.
They're bad men.
I'm a bad man. Doing bad things, making bad moves, bad cars.
Freaking John Cena's and UPW going, hey, the bad rhyme means my gimmick, just not yet. Anyway,
the boys are bad, man, and we not invading the streets yet because
Haku is the damn right.
It's happened before 2003. Nobody knew about it until 2023.
No, Haku is the goddamn man. They're like, I agree with that. And there's so many scenarios that could play out. I did like the one comment though, so I reached out and grabbed it. I hope that the claims we've been hearing about this coming back are a thing, man. Like, for real. I want this so bad, because if that's at WrestleMania, I'm going to find a way to zoom that camera in 100 pixels and just like,
better.
Here, we did the thing. That's my childhood right there.
That line, JJ, from that promo segment where Paul Heyman turned the personal into a whole different direction. Cool. You know Paul Heyman literally did that line just for work, but the way he delivered it and just sent Cody into another tailspin of anger motivation. Give me WrestleMania already!
I want to try and put a bow on this topic.
Go ahead.
But I really think Paul Heyman has been slept on in this entire thing for his acting abilities.
Bar none.
I'll sit here, and it doesn't matter who's sitting next to me, if it's Cece, one of her kids, or my daughter herself, and I'll sit there when Roman is on screen, and I'm like, watch Heyman's reactions in the background.
Yes.
He doesn't have to say a word.
No.
With just his facials.
Yeah. It's
phenomenal.
So much from so freaking little.
Exactly. He reminds me of a silent movie era actor.
Yep.
All you've got to do is get his facials.
Yep.
And you know exactly what he wants to say. You may not know what he's thinking, because goddamn, you couldn't pay me enough to rent space in that brain.
The hell no.
No way.
No.
But you can tell what he wants to say.
Yes.
With each one of his facials, and it's something that's a lost talent today in professional wrestling. And it's something that doesn't get talked about enough in this story.
No. Nor in promos. I mean, again, it's the way you not only speak, it's the way you manifest it. And that's the reason why people like Cody, like MJF, are such great promos.
Yeah, and you mentioned how Paul is such a great actor, and I'm gonna just say this, and then we can move on.
And we already talked about that, Fair.
Yeah, I was going to say Fear the Effing Beard. I've talked about that a few times.
Right.
And not just tonight, JJ.
Fuck out of stage.
No.
Yeah, we've talked about that, but
continue, James.
If WWE does somehow what they've been striving for years now, by the way, especially internally in the back, get an Emmy award, this would be the storyline where they get it.
Oh yes,
I'm serious.
Yep.
Like
Hell
I would,
yes.
and this honestly, if this, I'll tell you right now, this should get a nomination, but it won't because the Emmys haven't
really
been relevant
should
in
be
years.
nominated for an Emmy.
And Heyman deserves to, and Heyman should be the one to accept it.
Heyman should be nominated for Best Supporting Actor
Yeah.
in a drama.
Yeah.
Drama or
There's so
weekly
many
series.
good players. There's so many good players. And by the way, Kevin Owens now has become a great player also recently.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Seriously.
Like, there's so many good movie parts.
We don't know where they all fall in line because we're still figuring out WrestleMania.
It's so good.
At least.
That's good shit, pal.
That's good stuff, Beard. Jay, before we go to break, James, you mentioned Cody's not getting any younger. He's actually 2 years younger than me. He was born in '85. He's 37. He'll be 38 this year in June. And also, in looking up Cody, I didn't realize all his familial ties. I knew about, of course, Dusty and Dustin and Brandy, and Magnum's, of course, his godfather, and Uncle Fred, the Shockmaster, and Uncle Jerry Sags. Guess who's his cousin through Brandy, which I didn't know till right now.
Oh.
Scorpio Sky, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sky and Brandy are cousins. I didn't know that.
Well,
until
that's
right
why
now.
Sky got a job.
That's why I was gonna say. Well, to be fair, Sky kind of got PWG lumped in with everybody else. To be fair, but if anybody effing deserved it, it's Scorpio friggin' Sky.
And then they got Powerbomb Symphony by Wardlow and hasn't been seen since losing the TNT.
I was gonna say, by the way, it's been a long time since seeing Scorpio Sky on my television. I want me some Sky back on TV, but with
what
Frankie's
happened
on,
to
who knows
Sky?
now.
Is he
Is
still
he injured? I don't know.
So
I remember he was injured, and that's why they did that powerbomb thing.
Well, no, I remember he got hurt for real, and then he got cleared as far as I know. But with Frankie making a good point to exit, King Mike X, Scorpio's a great guy, dude. We love Sky, especially the upper tier here, man. We go back way with him.
I missed him end of the year, man. I do.
I do too. But yeah. So yeah, with Frankie making not a public, because Frankie's not that guy, but with him making a clear-cut exit of AEW, going back to Impact, and Daniels being pretty much mentor guy at this point, competing on Darker Elevation on occasionally, Sky's future without a championship program or his buddies there, interesting to see where that goes. But anyway, I was looking at, wait a minute, Sky is Brand. I didn't know Sky and Brandy were cousins. Totally threw me off.
Honestly, since we're on a sub tangent with Sky, man, I don't know, because like maybe he just figured, you know what? I got my singles championship. I got my run on national television. Maybe that's him riding off into the sunset quietly. Maybe. You never know.
He was at the show on Saturday, or what was that? Friday, last night. Last night. Yeah, he was there last night because it was close enough where he be at the moment. So
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean it was out in Vegas, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Sky stays in Vegas, so yeah, that's
Sands Place.
It probably was someone there too. Anyway.
Well, yes, it was, because our friend Lex and Henderson, JJ, was filming her that.
Oh my god,
everywhere. God damn. But there's no climate change, right, folks? Anyway, carry on.
It's not going to science, all right.
So it's either they're saying it's either climate change or it might have something to do with the freaking thing that they found on the sun, whatever the hell that thing was.
Well, that's true. That's fair.
That honestly might be.
This is legit. You know what, though? I don't know a bigger Lakers fan in wrestling. Maybe TJ Perkins. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But Sky's definitely up there.
Sky had a Lakers theme. Kobe Bryant inspired TNT championship. Enough said.
Seriously, how was Harold not in the Lakers versus Nuggets match on Raw? Just bring him in for a cameo. Killing me, kids.
Speaking of cameo.
That missed freaking opportunity.
That's right.
Anyway,
we were way off topic there, but
yeah, it happens. About to throw to another commercial. Before I do, I'd like to remind our 21 plus viewers, which thank you very much for your viewership this evening.
Yes.
This episode is not being monetized, so we strongly encourage super chats, and they are very much welcomed, especially if you want to suggest a topic for us to discuss.
Yes.
We will discuss your topic if you throw it up with a super chat. You got to keep in mind, I'm trying to bounce back and forth between graphics videos and comments and the tickers that are on the bottom of the screen. So my attention is going to get caught a lot easier if it lights up to a super chat as opposed to just generic comments floating by.
Right.
So if you really have a topic you would like for us to discuss, please attach a super chat to it, and we will get to it. But for right now, let's take a look at what's coming up on the Jay Hebert side of things from FTW Productions.
Even though it's all old content.
Because James can't make a freaking new video.
Yeah. Leave me alone. I'm always busy. Shush.
Organize yourself, damn it.
He just wants to promote.
What do you think I try to do, damn it?
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul. It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my
Honestly, JJ, you can probably stop it right after it gets to the FTW logo.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now.
Oh, never mind, I guess.
Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist.
Need to update this robot's code.
AEW Grand Slam Rampage and Dynamite Watch Party.
Thanks, Noah.
Shared Experiences by Mistress Audio and Jay Hebert Side 95. Survivor Series 10-year retrospective. The Jay Hebert Side of Things, Episode 3. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play series. Watch-alongs for Halloween Havoc 97 and Fully Loaded 2000. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, and Retro Wrestling Review series. The entirety of the NASCAR Thunder 2004 Let's Play series. All of AEW's watch parties the last 4 weeks. Wrestle Kingdom 17 coverage in conjunction with the Jeff Meacham Network. A simple take. Both episodes available now. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting.
Day 2 for episode 3, actually.
Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Royal Rumble Match Marathon with retros of events following Marathon. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
As someone who works in IT, that's going to upgrade his system's PCs to 2H22, I'm just saying. But anyway, good stuff as always, James.
It is good. It's just so out of date.
I have been on James for at least the last 2 weeks. Like, dude, can you get us a new video? And I messaged him. Hold on, James. Hold on. I know I'm ripping you to shit, but at least let me finish my words. Damn it. I probably messaged him at least twice today because I'm trying to put together the classic content for my channel that I've mentioning to everyone here lately. I want to try and have that content begin premiering on Thursday, March 2nd. And I'm not going to be putting like trailers before every freaking episode I air. I'm going to try and stretch the previews out and do one trailer before this episode, one trailer before this episode. So, James, my man, I know you're busy as shit, but if you can have me an updated trailer by Tuesday, that would be greatly appreciated so that I can start throwing that in before some of the stuff.
I could probably have it done literally by when do you do your retro airing?
It doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to edit the videos together with the trailers in them, so I need it by Tuesday.
I'll gladly plug you Tuesday if you send it to me today.
Hey, Ricky!
Hey, no, gets it! Yay! I'm happy.
No, I got it too. Hey, I got it.
Fan, but I'm an old cartoon person too.
Okay.
Hey yo.
I could probably.
Hey yo.
Does Tuesday night work? Because I don't know how long.
Yes, Tuesday night is fine because that means that while I'm out working on Wednesday, I can put the trailers in, put the intro videos in, save it while I'm driving, like for real.
Okay, got it. I'll do that.
James, you need help. I'll be your voiceover. You could upgrade my software if needed. I'll help you, dude. I know how to run PowerPoint, stick slides together.
This is the birthday boy, Jeff Meacham, on a Wednesday.
Bro, yeah, but my graphics are cool and I like them. I just can't. I have time. I don't have time. I'm on hot time, baby.
Hot time to get my shit done. If you will, everything.
You gotta make the time to do these things.
I gotta make the time. I need the time.
Okay.
Jack Boy is in the house. Hello, my internet fans.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hoping my brothers in Cali are safe. Love seeing the snow. Love you all, my family. We are doing good, sir. And as of course, everything is Stat Boy approved.
That's right.
I know I'm a New Englander and everything, and snow is like a regular around here. But I mean, guys, it's not an EF5 tornado. Calm down now.
Hey, you know what? That shit's next. The way we're going.
Yeah.
Don't
you know what,
James.
You know what? Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. God, don't hurt us.
Please. And yes, we are aware it's now called just Backlash. Thank God for that. And again.
Oh, thank God.
No, hang on. That, to be fair, the reports of that are still not either WWE approved or, press release, which is why we didn't throw it out there with the comments and everything. But yes, as of most reports, wink, wink, we've got only Backlash, no WrestleMania attached to it. The King of the Ring, King's Crown are allegedly returning, and Double or Nothing allegedly has a date as well. So once we get all that,
PLEs.
Yes,
the Ring and Queen's Crown are going to be PLEs, not throwaway SmackDowns.
Yeah, but they're doing it over in Noah.
Country redacted.
Thank you.
Well, remember, we threw that away the last time because there are good people over there that don't deserve to get lumped in.
Yeah, you're right. I would be a hypocrite if I did that. You're absolutely right. And to be fair, the last Crown Jewel show was not that bad.
Okay,
we're talking about updating shit. Hold on, I got it. Government redacted. There we go.
Okay, so you can
government is halfway rejected.
So you can say country redacted when you're plugging the fact we're not monetized, but I can't use it right now.
Fair.
Okay.
Fair.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Fair. Called me on my bullshit. Fair.
I know. I know my name is on the marquee right now, but I'm just throwing that out there.
And that's because I try to alternate every hour.
Appreciate that. Yes.
Brilliant.
Jake Paul or Tommy Fury? God, I know it needed super chatted, but goddamn, let me just choose between a shot to the temple and a knife to the throat. Anyway,
I hope KSI fucks both of them up. Anyway,
wait, who's Tommy Fury?
Tyson Fury is what he's trying to say. Anyway,
that dude.
I like Tyson Fury though.
I don't know much about him.
It's because Tyson's a legitimate fighter. Jake is Logan's brother. Anyway, that wasn't in the thing. I just saw it and it caught my eye. Sorry, brain fart.
Go ahead, JJ.
Moving on to our main event.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Unless we get some super chat topics.
Yeah.
WrestleMania goes Hollywood. We all know that. That's going to be in 35 days, as the trailer said. Last week, towards the end of our show, we got a super chat from Emmanuel, who gave us a super chat saying, next week topic, if you were Triple H booking Mania, could be one night or two, but what is your dream card you would make in the future if possible? So Emmanuel, this is for you. We are going to go through now our stuff up really quickly. We got a super chat.
Look at that.
Who put that up? Because I didn't touch that.
I didn't.
James, are you still on my account?
Must be.
No, I swear to God, I'm not.
Okay, it must have been super sensitive then. Anyways, early thoughts on who might win King and Queen.
Well,
see, I think a lot of it has to do with if they're going to give SummerSlam repercussions to it.
Right.
You know, if it's going to just be the gimmick of King, can go anyway.
Right.
If it's going to get a title shot at SummerSlam, then you're going to got to take it a little bit more seriously.
On both sides of the crown.
Yeah.
Tournaments. Yeah. Exactly.
For the Queen, based on the people that are currently on the main roster.
Keyword currently.
I'm going to go, because it's early thoughts.
Yeah. Exactly.
God only knows what could happen the night after Mania.
Yeah. Oh, God.
But I'm going to say, since she didn't get the win at the Chamber, I'm going to go with Raquel Rodriguez.
Okay.
To be Queen. Especially if that means that she's going to get pushed into a title program with, as of right now, either Bianca or Charlotte, or Rhea or Asuka.
I think both will change.
Either way.
How about that later?
For the King, you know,
whatever that music in the background.
Something is telling me, although I don't want to say it, to say Dominic Mysterio.
Oh, God!
Oh, no. Disease.
Think about this for a second. Rhea doesn't beat Charlotte, and then Dominic and Rhea are King and Queen, much like Adam Cole and Britt.
Oh my God! You know what? Now you say it like that, I can buy it happening for real.
Yeah, he's not. It's a fair point, honestly. And if they want you, to do a whole thing, because we know the only one's going to happen again this year. It's only a matter of time.
Or my other thing going that way is if she does lose the belt at Mania, Tez and Bianca.
That seems like such the obvious choice. I'm trying to think of something else because that's literally what I was going to say. But what else to do?
I agree with King Mike in the chat room though, as far as the evil crown wearers work so much better.
They do.
So
who's to say that they can't win the crown and then turn heel?
Which I'm okay with. They do that. Honestly, right now, based on roster and where they are on the babyface heel side of things. Although, Raquel can be very easily. I like your idea of Raquel. I was going to say Liv Morgan because I feel that her Money in the Bank thing was grossly wasted. As far as King, if you're going to go with Cody being the champion, if you're going to go with the winner of the King of the Ring gets a shot at SummerSlam, Solo Sikoa, baby. If they're not going to put an Intercontinental U.S. Championship on him, put a freaking crown on him just so he can Triple H it, destroy it, and then go whoop Cody's ass. Not win the title.
And the ring.
Yeah, I'm not saying win the title from Cody, but at least give him a solid beatdown for mess up the bloodline.
That's fair. That's fair. And to our brother Mikey in the chat room, you have got to admit, number one, Mikey, Dominic has gotten better since he's broken off with Ray.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, Dominic has improved by leaps and bounds ever since going heel.
Yes. Yeah.
Jail hardened.
Number three, we're also talking early thoughts. King of the Ring is going to be the end of May.
Yes.
That's still 2+ months for him to improve his game.
Yeah.
It's gonna be May, Mikey, so you got time.
So don't be so quick to jump down my throat. And then number four, WWE and AEW always love to take pot shots at each other on TV.
Yeah.
Last year when AEW did the Owen, they had a couple win the tournament.
Exactly. I can see them doing that there, yeah.
So just to mock it, Rhea deserves it.
Yes.
But then you got to give it to Dominic to make the ha-ha at AEW.
And also, instead of, wife and husband to be, it's, a mom and son they wish they could be. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, with that logic, and you're going to freaking Saudi Arabia, you might as well give it a freaking Madcap Moss and Emma.
No,
I
can see it now. Logan Paul, Dominic Mysterio in the semifinals or finals.
And there you go.
You know
Why
what?
not?
Don't put that out there because WWE will do some shit like that. They'll have Logan Paul win the King of the Ring tournament.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Then Ronda Rousey be the queen.
You mentioned Rhea and if anybody didn't watch SmackDown or hasn't watched SmackDown yet,
I still haven't.
Okay. The discussion between Charlotte and Dominic Mysterio is worth the 2 hours.
Oh boy, I gotta
It's so good. I know people don't like Charlotte and Dominic, but that segment was, if you're an old school fan, that shit was gold.
There you go.
There you go. Anyway,
anybody else have anything they would like to add to this before we move back to our main event?
Again, you're trying to stick to couples. You're trying to see if something happens with this, whether you get evil or whether you get fun. Remember, we are on the other side of the world, so whatever happens there really doesn't matter. Shoot, give it to a couple, give them something to do, see what their characters can do with it. Johnny Gargano and Candice LeRae.
They tried so hard and push them hard. They tried so hard and push them hard, but in the end, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I got one. If they decide to, maybe Asuka, just because she can, wins it, and then even though
she's the freaking champion and the queen.
Why not have her just go completely balls to the wall crazy?
Want everything else?
And then maybe form a little alliance with Shinsuke, have him become the King of Strong style again.
There you go.
Pretty cool.
That makes the crown matter. I mean,
By the way, bringing up
Candice Cross, the King of Doomsday. It's one of those things where, again, we've seen it so many times done poorly, where they haven't carried the character into something more prominent, or they haven't given the character something more prominent. I just don't know, especially because it is over there on the other side of the world, and that again just throws our monkey wrench into things.
Right.
No, don't talk about monkey wrenches. They don't like those either.
I will say this though, I thank Walmart for letting me get more of my people and my figure collection. Candice LeRae was at Walmart the other day, so there you go. So there you go.
There you go.
You know, I have held that in my hands a couple times, thinking about it. As much as I dislike her, just because I do want to buy the people that I saw come up from like Pro Wrestling Guerrilla and whatnot.
Yep.
I've got a Sky figure. I've got a Kazarian figure. I've got one of the Bucks.
There you go.
I need a Candace figure, but I've also put it down just as many times as I've picked it up for whatever reason. Sometimes because I didn't have the money. Other times I did have it, and I was like, I don't know if I want to spend $20 on that bitch.
I was this close to buying a Shotzi figure for you, dude, the other day. No lie. I'm like, if I had it on me, because it wasn't on this trip. I saw Shotzi. I'm like, all right, next trip I got money.
What if Indy Hartwell's called up and we finally get Index and they become king and queen?
Seriously,
opposed to that.
I'd be okay with that, man. They have completely wasted Indy away, leaving her down there where everybody else has been called up.
I agree.
Just speaking Mike X, she's gonna be one of the last ones. I feel like I owe it to myself to do it, like I said, because I did see her come up from nothing at PWG.
Yes.
My disdain for her isn't on any professional level. It is a personal level, which is why I've had such a hard time doing it and pulling the trigger.
Yep.
But I'm also a completionist.
Yeah, there you go.
So if I can find a figure for all the other people and I don't buy hers, I feel like my collection's incomplete. So
Chad Gable and Natalya, just cuz.
There you go. And in that vein, if somebody wants to buy me John Lawrence figure I can have target practice with, that'd be neato. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't even know if they made one of those. But back
they did.
Back to the main event.
Anyway, go ahead.
So this is how we're gonna do this. Because I know, Noah, you have a 1-night card.
2-night.
Oh, you did 2-night? Okay, so Jeff, you're the only one that did 1 night.
Well, I broken down into 2 nights. I just didn't put it like that.
I mean, Jeff, you guys are making me look bad. Okay, so you can break yours into 2 nights. You can do yours in 2 nights then.
Yes.
So Jeff, you're going first. God damn it.
God damn it. All right, hang on.
Oh, producer man, respect his authority. He's the
Well, you know,
director.
his-
His authority. Wait a minute.
It's Jake's authority tonight.
No. Actually, he JJ's producer of this show, so it's all him.
He's the director
like
of
the
authority.
NoDQ review.
That's right.
Aaron may be the man whose name is on the marquee, but Virtue runs the show.
That's right.
Jeff's name is the one that's on the marquee, but I run open mic night.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you are the director of authority.
Okay, so there was a Laurinaitis figure. It was just a build-a-figure within other figures. He didn't give his own figure. Anyway,
all right, so I'm going to add yours to the stream, Jeff.
Yes, please do. All right. So I know you told us in the chat we don't have to go off current stuff, but I did.
That's fine. I mean, I did mine differently than I think everybody else did because I split mine into 2 nights. Night 1 is the dream match.
Right.
Night 2 is how I would have booked this year's WrestleMania.
Oh, okay.
I like that, JJ. That's very clever.
So.
And again, apologies for the lack of usual Jeff Meacham flair with the graphics. I need to update PixArt because my ass has been po this week because my Disney check was 0.00 for lack of hours. Anyway.
Damn.
So, I have Nikki Cross winning the Women's Battle Royal, yet to be named by anybody in particular. So I just said Women's Battle Royal. Last eliminating Candice, so we keep that program going.
Okay.
I have Solo winning the Dre because, damn it, he ain't doing nothing at Mania right now. He's got to do something big. And the Dre's not necessarily big, but it could be if you have Soul Skull winning it.
And if they have it.
And if they have, well, I mean, they think they had it on SmackDown last year, which, whatever.
Yeah, it was like the SmackDown before Mania they did it.
That's because they had nothing for that show.
It was a WrestleMania SmackDown. It's like, can we just make it a whole week of that? If you're going to do a whole 3 days, might as well just make WrestleMania week an actual WrestleMania week and just have it be every night of the week.
Jeff, no, hell no.
I was like, I need to sleep.
That's 11 match cards waiting to happen.
Jesus. Everybody in the roster will get them signed WrestleMania for sure then. Anyway, I have Rollins and Logan, which has been advertised, or not advertised, but, hinted at heavily, but in a Hollywood backlot brawl.
Jeez.
You remember, I know JJ members, even though he wasn't a fan yet. I know he's gone back and watched that since because it was Roddy. And, of course, we're talking about Dustin earlier.
The OJ footage.
God. I'm not saying go that sideways with the angle because goddamn was that stupid. But you have to remember something, though, with that. The original plan for that was to get OJ involved in WrestleMania. That was Pritchard's 100% push, and they were like, maybe not a good idea after all. Which good on them for having a moment of duh. Anyway. But have Seth Rollins, who was the first featured superstar in the WrestleMania Goes Hollywood commercials this year, let's not forget that moment, versus the guy who's coming in from Hollywood, have it be in Hollywood. We're not that far up the freeway down the freeway from Hollywood backlots. If you were in Inglewood, throw them back there at Sony or Paramount or something.
Universal
just let them go.
Studios.
Yeah, hell, seriously. Yeah, they have a partnership with Universal. Throw back there at Courthouse Square. Let them beat the shit out of each other in front of the clock tower. Why not? Just don't set fires. No fires, Universal, you two idiots. I had enough of that shit recently.
Watch waiting to happen.
Oh, so bad. I was so sad.
As long as Michael J. Fox drives the DeLorean down the street, I'm good with it.
Maybe a Marty lookalike, considering how Michael's doing these days.
Okay. Have Christopher Lloyd drive the DeLorean with.
There we go. There you go.
Get your cast-ins ready.
Great Scott. U.S. Championship Theory, Cena, that's been well hinted at, but I want to see it come to fruition, and I want to see John put the kid over, just to give him that launch that he should have had Vince not got himself put on timeout. Let's be fair.
Okay.
It probably would happen a lot sooner for Theory if Vince hadn't got himself in trouble. And the Money in the Bank wouldn't have gone so sideways for him, I think, if that would have been the case. Yeah. Intercontinental title, I'm making a rare triple threat. You know me, triple threat's not my biggest thing, but put both of them in there and just let them turn loose. Sheamus, Gunther, and Drew. I'm here for it.
Banger.
Women's tag, I put Ronda and Shayna in there, and I say that because of what happened on SmackDown. JJ, you'll see that when you watch. And then on social media, Ronda's been heavily criticizing the lack of defenses from Damage Control. So put these two teams together. That would be the quote-unquote undercard if it's a one night, or the less featured stuff, even though Rollins Logan Paul's going to get heavily featured because it is.
Right.
Ray and Dom, mask versus career. If Ray wins, Dominic has to end his career already because Ray's over his crap. If Dominic, which I think he will, wins, Ray loses the mask and Ray voluntarily ends his career as a result of it.
Damn.
Edge and Priest, Damian Priest, we end this how it started with him and Balor. I quit match. Just definitive, brutal, not fully rock brutal, please, for the sake of these guys' sanities and health, but up there for sure.
Okay.
I think this thing with Omos on Monday is bullshit and a smokescreen, so we get Lashley Lesnar, last man standing. Definitive end to this feud that has been simmering longer than just the last few months, for real. Yes, Safed, the Women's Battle Royal should be called the China Battle Royal. I've been saying that since the beginning, especially since they instituted that after she passed away. It should have never been Moolah. It should never been Moolah in the first place. And I know that Moolah's stuff came to light after Joni passed, and Joni passed under questionable shit, but never should have been Moolah's.
Agreed.
Usos and Zayn and Owens, that's a cop-out, I guess, by me, for lack of a better term, but I still say that should be where that goes. For the Women's Championship, I say unite the belts and have all four of them in there.
Whoa.
And I know, again, triple threats, fatal four-ways, whatever, not my usual cup of tea or glass of whiskey, if you will. But I always liked the gimmick that they had when they set up the brand extension 2002. One set of champions, one women's champion, one tag championship team, one world champion, with Intercontinental and US getting the weekly feature. So put the belts together, give them a better looking belt than the damn one they've got now for the women's, because I think they're too generic. I've said that and I mean it. Much like they're hopefully going to do with Cody if he becomes WWE champion, which I have as my main event, Roman and Cody, of course. But one women's world champion, and then they pop back and forth. 1 month they're on SmackDown, 1 month they're on Raw. If they're really going to keep this brand extension, split show thing intact the way they keep saying they're going to, then just fucking do it. But there's and again, that's 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 12 matches.
6 and 6.
6 and 6 would be wonderful for me because I can go home and get some sleep. That would be ideal. At a decent hour. I could be an open mic night Saturday night with y'all. It's a 6-match show. That would be nice. So that's my projection. That's my desire for WrestleMania. If I was booking this shit, that's how I'd do it.
Not bad, not bad.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Let me go ahead and stop screen so we can just, there it goes.
All right, James is still MIA. He private chatted that he got a very important phone call.
Yes. Understandable.
So yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah, and well, if we're going to stall for James, that's fine. Yeah, Ryan, it's one of those things. I liked that. The thing is, when they did the brand extension, there was no U.S. championship at the first year.
True.
And the Intercontinental got, merged into the world title with the god-awful Katie Vick storyline. So they didn't really have a hope for the secondary titles, which is bullshit when you think about how important both of those championships were in their heyday. You figure, one of the topics we're having on Dads this year in September for the 30, however far back it is, 1979, however far back that is, almost 40 years, top Intercontinental champions of all time. JJ and he pitched that as one. I was like, absolutely. Because we can each have a more than 10 list on that. We'll have to challenge ourselves to narrow that shit down. There are a lot of goddamn good Intercontinental champions.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of them are wasted potential, too.
Yeah, exactly. And same thing with the U.S. Championship. Yes, it was wonderful to see it brought back in 2003, and I don't care what the WWE Network tries to claim. Benoit and Eddie Guerrero was a fantastic final match in that tournament. It does exist. Ken, good to see you in. But the championship history in WWE has been, either spotty and sketchy or long reigns like Ambrose, like MVP, like and again, people will have their opinions on MVP. I love him as U.S. champion. The person he won it from, the year he won it from him, not the best of starts. Let's not kid ourselves. But again, as we've talked about, you separate the last 3 days of Benoit's life from the rest of his career. They had a program in 2007, those two. So, and MVP's thing with Matt Hardy, after he became champion and going into Backlash the following year. Good stuff. So both secondary titles definitely deserve more than they've been given. Now, the Intercontinental Championship's been showcased on Fox, and I love that. U.S. Championship, I hope that with Theory winning the chamber, retaining the title, and more than likely going into the program with John Cena, let's fucking go with the U.S. title. Let's just do it. Because that should be a showcase championship. You figure John Cena really made that championship, I think, in WWE after a bumpy first year. Reinvigorated it, even though even me, who's touting the John Cena flag and waving the "you can't see me" shit, he should have lost to Rusev at WrestleMania, and Rusev should have been U.S. champion for a lot longer, especially with that grand entrance he had. King Mike X, I like the SmackDown versus Raw match at Mania, but the one they did with Umaga and Batista that I was at, that was a god-awful piece of shit match. Absolutely not.
It might be a hot take.
Yeah.
And this might just be coming from the realm of Renegade that hated the oversaturation of Cena as world champion.
Right.
But dare I say he did his best work as United States champion. Going back to his first run when he defeated Big Show.
Yep.
The feud with Carlito.
Yep.
And then that open challenge run.
Yeah. He treated that like his Intercontinental. He worked his ass off when he was U.S. champion.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Cena has never really been touted as the greatest wrestler of our generation.
No.
You can't argue him as a workhorse.
No.
Because he does everything for that company.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that? You want me to get 30 minutes of sleep because I got to hop a plane to do a radio interview? You got it, boss. What's that? What's that? I can only get 10 minutes of sleep from the radio station to Make-A-Wish meeting? You got it.
You want me to throw a freaking medical mask on and go out in a pandemic just to see a kid who is sicker than sick and hug that kid and let him know that things are going to be good? Yes, he took a picture. Yes, it was made public, but that wasn't by his request.
Yeah. Because
Dude is a workhorse.
You notice they made sure not to show him.
Yeah. That kid, he is, again, We about another 2 hours about defending John Cena and him being a workhorse superstar in person.
And that was the last time fans popped for Virgil.
Damn.
Because we have seen the lines and lines, the droves of people that show up for his Comic-Con autograph appearances.
Ken's reply to that is sad. No. The only
edge Virgil has is the can of the RC Edge and an Adam Copeland action figure.
No, the only edge Virgil ever has is trying to get a paper cut off the paychecks he's not earning. Anyway, that's a bad take, Ken. Sorry, I love you, Ken. That's a bad take. Anyway,
that is not Stat Boy approved.
Yeah, no, that's Stat Boy rejected.
I know it's Stat Boy approved because freaking, even Mikey would go, yeah, Virgil's a dick. So yeah, he knows. Mikey knows firsthand, I think, at this point. But the pop when Ray finally does lay out Dominic is going to be epic. I have no doubt in my mind about that.
Yeah,
it's going to take something massive to make that happen.
Well, at this point, yeah.
Are they going to be in San Diego before WrestleMania? That's the $1 million question, whether it's a Raw or a SmackDown on the road to WrestleMania. Will they be in San Diego?
I have no idea.
Because that is where I would do it. Do it in their home.
if not there, then somewhere where they've been prolific, the Mysterios, which is a lot of scenes. But yeah, definitely that'd be the main. Okay, close the freaking pop up, you jack off. That didn't help me. You stuck Ticketmaster.
Internet and freaking episode of their finance. Anyway,
live events. That's what I want. I want WWE.com, not freaking Ticketmaster. You losers.
Ticketmaster.
Toronto, Boston.
That's a whole nother podcast. Rant.
Right. So the only ones announced are here. Wait, that's not what I wanted either. There we go. Thank you. The full schedule, you piece of shit. So they're in Michigan on Monday. Anybody in Grand Rapids going to be? Anybody in the NoDQ headquarters going to Grand Rapids? Probably not. You know what, Jay? You talked about Batista. They'll be in DC on SmackDown for Friday.
There you go. That's where you announce it.
There it is.
They got to announce it there. They got to announce it there.
They have to, right?
If they don't announce Batista there, then it ain't happening for him.
No, that's
I agree. I agree.
The night before they go to Boston, where John's return, JJ, you'll understand this. They're going to be in Kitchener, Ontario.
Nah.
Just saying. We'll talk. We'll talk.
Shout out to our partner in the Great White North.
Yes, because that shit's too good to be true. Anyway, Pittsburgh on March 10th for SmackDown. Ooh, NXT's going to St. Pete. Good for them. Get Pop to go down there. Providence, Rhode Island, the week after it's just John's return. Kansas City, Missouri that Friday for SmackDown. St. Louis on Monday, so they're going to do a Missouri loop for SmackDown and Raw. They're going to be in Vegas the Friday before WrestleMania, the Friday before WrestleMania week. That might be where it finally.
Yeah. If they don't go to San Diego, Vegas would be the good place to do it because it's close enough to home without being at home.
Phoenix, the Raw, the Raw before Mania is in Phoenix. That might be the other thing, but they can book it. But he doesn't have to snap and finally just lose his damn mind on him until Vegas or Phoenix.
As far as the go-home week, you shouldn't actually make a match official during that week. Every match should be official before that point, in my opinion.
Well, for our sanity for predictions, yes, please. But, for dramatic purposes, and like you said, Ray dropping Dominic will get a pop anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, really. But have it be close to the San Diego backyard.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, Noah, it's not like it's a match that would be coming out of left field.
True.
We've been expecting this shoe to drop for how long?
Quite a while. It's just a matter of how it drops. And
Ryan, so it's not like something that just decided, oh, well, we're going to throw this together because, we need an extra match on the card.
No.
It's something that's been boiling over for a long time. So if that gets announced the week going in, it's a little bit more understandable because we've smelled it for a while.
Yeah. Right. And Ryan, I believe you work your way up. Nobody just receives anything. So how do I would go for if I want a performer in an alternate reality where I'm not bone and skin, 140 pounds in a suit? Probably Continental, because their Continental has a lot of opportunity for international competition. And I feel also the Intercontinental Championship should be about international showcasing. So Intercontinental.
The
white belt, by the way, is what I would sport. Classic white belt.
This might sound like a hot take, but I've always been better as a tag team performer.
Really?
I've always, partially because of my size, so endurance is an issue. So being able to have someone you can make that hot tag to and get your breath on the apron without getting super blown up definitely comes in beneficial.
Yeah.
But then you factor in the fact that the last time that I saw a certain Hall of Famer, one who is no longer with us, one whose movie I will be covering next month, told me that if he was a few years younger, I would make a great tag team partner for him.
Nice.
The late, great Rowdy Roddy Piper.
I
can't go against that. Like, man, how do you respond to Piper telling you that if he was younger, you would make a great tag partner for him?
Why don't you ask Ronda Rousey that question, considering that she's still emulates Hot Rod and is rowdy to this day.
And I love her for it. I love her for it. You know, I've been heavyweight champion of my old Fed. I've been mid-card champion for my old Fed. I've been tag champion. But I always felt like the tag team was where I excelled best. You know, I was the Mick Foley world champion. I was the guy that could run it for a few yards, get that first down, and then pass it off to the next long-term guy. But I was never the guy that could carry the weight of the company on the back. Not for long-term.
The Roman Reigns, the Shuchiko Okada, the freaking Chris Jericho,
the John Cena,
Moxley, the John Cena,
the Hogan, the Flairs.
Yep.
The chat's kind of having a little debate about a lot of different things in there, but I did see the comment about hoping that LA Knight gets a World Intercontinental title push this year. I co-sign on that, at least Intercontinental.
Yes.
Dude, Ricker, like I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We go back with Sean so far. And to have him be that workhorse champion that we all in this room and he and I up here know in person can be, hell yes.
He held Impact Wrestling during its worst time for a period of time as their world champion. So there you go.
He's a former Impact World Champion. He's basically carried a entire indie company on his back as one half of the tag team champions along with Cage, because Mach 1 kind of was what it was there toward the end. But man, I just would love to see Sean Ricker, Eli Drake, LA Knight, whatever you want to call him today, in a program with the Intercontinental Championship. That would be just so cool for me and for Jay and for all of us that were, followers of Mach 1. Yeah.
Could you imagine that promo? Yes. Could you imagine that promo? LA Knight gets on the mic.
Yeah.
So let me talk to you. Wrestling has more than one royal family.
What do you want to talk about?
And then just for shits and giggles, here comes Stone Cold Steve Austin. What?
What? Oh my gosh. They're going to blow up Jim's brain.
Talk about Percy's energy again with Austin. There you go. Hey.
All the catchphrases in one spot. All the catchphrases.
Well, no, I'm just saying Austin was part of the Pringle Dynasty too back in the day.
There you go.
Yeah.
And he was
it's
also
crazy
a Paul
how
Heyman
many
guy.
managers. What happened?
And he was also a Paul Heyman guy going back to
I was going to say, think about the people that Steve Austin had. Yes, he had his ex-wife as a manager, whatever, but
yeah, that doesn't count.
Well, if you watch WCW 91, Lady Blossom more than counted. Anyway, Jeannie. And without Jeannie, there's no Stone Cold nickname. So there is that.
That's true.
You gotta give her a little love, not a whole lot, but a little love.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Deborah.
Deborah's a whole other.
Whole
other conversation that I'm not gonna.
I forgot about his first wife managing him.
Oh yes.
But when you mentioned his ex-wife managed him, first thing I thought was Deborah. I was like, yeah, that don't count.
I remember Deborah.
And to be fair, she was his manager during the Alliance stuff. Which do we even really count anything? Is Alliance even canon at this point?
Yes, because of the Angle Austin chemistry.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, fair enough. You got me there.
I consider the
Angle
Alliance
Austin chemistry and the rise of Rob Van Dam.
Fair enough.
Both things that came out of the Alliance that we cannot discredit. It's like writing off the how many years of Benoit's performance record because of 3 days.
Fair enough.
You write off the Alliance, you write off that comedy from Austin, and you write off the rise of Rob Van Dam.
And no matter what, you try and forget history. There's just some history you just can't remove. Otherwise, there's a whole domino effect where if these events aren't foretold, then you can't think about what happened prior. I get. It's like the whole time discussion thing with the friggin' doctor and the chalkboard. I get it.
See, LA Knight, I wouldn't mind winning the briefcase, but I'm dead set right now. If they don't go the Jey Uso route that I spoke of earlier in the show, I feel like it's got to be Tez right now, dude.
Yeah.
Tez is so good, and he needs that push. Even if it's a failed cash-in.
Which most baby faces have failed. Let's just put it out there.
I just feel like he needs that catapult to the next level, and the briefcase can do it for him. Now that we've seen it cashed in for a mid-card title.
Yes.
because that's what Theory did. Who's to say Tez can't IC or US that briefcase?
Yeah, that's
You know,
fair.
it's not what I would do, but we've seen it done. That could be what helps get Tez to the next level, is cashing it in for IC or US and then going on a decent run with that belt.
That's a fair take, but also I just thought about something. I can't believe we didn't even talk about this name earlier. LA Knight, yeah, make him the freaking king of the ring. Absolutely.
There you go.
I'd be okay with either one of those scenarios. And as far as the Money in the Bank thing, I think Theory, I mean, he even said he cashed in on the lower title because, he didn't want to go up against Roman. I think with Cody as a champion, the perception will be, I can beat Cody. Nobody was beat Roman Reigns. So that was a smart thing for Theory to do. It still blew up in his face, but, it was.
And I still think that Theory should have held it until Money in the Bank this year.
Yes,
because
I agree.
Cody is more than likely, as we've discussed multiple times, going to dethrone Roman.
On paper.
Then you've got him with that briefcase to cash in on Cody.
Yep.
Again, you pull one thread, you go back and use your DeLorean. We talked about that earlier at Universal Studios. Go 88 miles an hour. A lot of things can change if you just be patient.
Yes.
The problem
But
is
yeah, with Austin, Percy Pringle early, Dangerous Alliance with Paul, DiBiase, as corn on as that $1 million champion thing gets crapped on now. DiBiase's a manager. Austin,
McMahon during the power trip.
Vince during the power
trip for him.
Yeah, Austin, people. I still to this day shake my head at the decision to fire him in '95. I get it. He was a lower tier guy and he was beat to shit. He was beat up, but man, he had such solid support behind him as managers and his tag team partners. He couldn't help but be anything but great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really quickly, just so everybody knows, we haven't completely forgotten about the topic at hand.
No.
James is still on a very important call.
Yes.
He's asked us to stall a bit longer. He said there's seriously nothing he can do about it at this point.
So go ahead,
So
Chad.
that's why we're chatting off topic. As soon as he gets back in here, we're going to come back to the main event topic at hand, and he's going to give his fantasy card for Mania.
So go ahead,
So
Chad.
just
Give
so
us
you
some
all know.
questions. Feed our brains while we're just freelancing here about connections and still kind of bringing it to the current present times, if you will, because there's been a fun conversation.
Well, because when you talk about things like Money in the Bank and King of the Ring, you have to look to the past because there's such a rich history of both. God, Money in the Bank. You talk about worst cash-ins. Yeah, Theory, botched it on a mid-card title. If anybody is a worse cash-in in Money in the Bank than Baron Corbin, they need to be fired on the goddamn spot because that was horrible booking, and he has not recovered. Period.
He lost to Jinder Mahal because of John Cena in 2017. That pretty much should have been the ending of his career.
Yeah. I think Young Rock finally hit the season finale this week because I think the episode I watched today was the last one. I could be wrong though. You have to talk to NBC about that one in chat room. But yeah, Corbin, you mentioned the cash-ins. Edge cashed in as a heel successfully. RVD called his shot and won. Edge beat Kennedy, got the title back. Punk's first cash-in was babyface and he won. The second one, he wasn't a heel at the point he cashed in officially. He morphed into a heel in the thing with Jeff Hardy.
Okay.
They mentioned Jack Swagger, Jake Hager earlier. I still say that was kind of a lost opportunity too. I think they pulled the trigger on him too fast.
Right.
And then when he was world champion, it just kind of, it was a mess.
Yeah.
Say 2011 and actually there was 2010 was the first one they had the pay-per-view itself. So Kane, I still say
same night.
Yeah, Kane was the first cash in the same night. His run as world champion, I think, was benefited by the feud with the Undertaker. And granted, it kind of ended with the whole Buried Alive, and again, Nexus being what it was 2010, they had to be involved. So it's like okay.
Yeah.
But the other 2010 Money in the Bank was Miz, and that one came off wonderfully.
Awesome.
Yeah. Angry Miz Girl will forever be a thing because of Miz being Money in the Bank in 2010.
And cashing in on Randy Orton.
And it was beautiful. And I don't know if I was at JJ's a place when that happened, but I do remember us talking about it the entire time he was champion because it was so cool to see a guy that we had seen so many times against a guy that you have a infinite amount of respect for now, Randy Orton.
I've always liked Orton.
Well, as I was saying, you've always liked him. I know it was a point of contention in your house back in the day with your pop. But, man, Miz cashing on Randy and then holding it past Mania, beating John Cena. Yes, The Rock did it. He, in the record books, if you go by strictly numbers, stat boy approved, whatever, Miz defeated John Cena in the main event of WrestleMania. Boom.
Yeah, that's fair.
As WWE champion because he cashed in Money in the Bank. 2011, again. 2011 was Alberto and Dolph.
Alberto's Doritos.
Yeah, it was Alberto. Who was the? Oh, Brian.
Oh, that's right. 'Cause he cashed in on freaking Mark Henry at TLC.
Yeah, and again, that one, or actually, I'm pretty sure it was an unconscious Big Show after Mark Henry took him out.
Oh, that's right.
But,
I'm sorry. You're right. It was, yeah.
I think people forget about that one too because of the way it ended, where JJ's partner almost got completely destroyed because angry ginger snap was in effect at 18 seconds.
Crap.
Oh God. And then 2012 I think was one of the best ones because Ziggler just was such an effective.
That pop.
Yeah. Maybe the run with the case itself kind of was what it was, but the cash-in was legendary. No, you're good, dude. You're good.
Expected.
You are totally good.
He's back.
It was, put it this way, it was preventable, but that's neither here nor there. But I'm not blaming anybody in particular. It is what it is.
Behind closed doors.
Anyway, thank you. That's a good one, Limp Bizkit. All right.
All right. So back to.
I feel really bad. I had to leave during the first card. What was the first card?
It was.
It was mine's. I show again if you want. Hang on.
Please. I just quickly.
Let me bring it back up 1 second.
All right, James.
I don't know. I felt bad.
You know what? Honestly, I'm glad he had me go first because mine was very much just sticking to what looks like it's going to be the thing anyway. So I wasn't.
Mine is too.
I wasn't overly giddy about it or anything. I was just like, oh, okay, well here it is, and only because
that makes me feel good for mine because if y'all more or less kind of stuck to what you feel is going to happen, mine truly is a fantasy card. Then,
right?
Nice.
To be fair, also my inability to make the Meacham centric graphics kind of is what it is today with my lack of fun. So that's why it's kind of what it is. But I have Nikki Cross in the Women's Battle Royal.
One more time.
I'm sorry?
I was just going to say, go ahead and run through them one more time.
So I have Nikki Cross in the Battle Royal winning the Women's Battle Royal with Candice being out last to continue that program. I've got Solo Sikoa winning the Andre Battle Royal because Solo ain't doing shit anyway at WrestleMania, so I had to do something. Make the Dre mean something, right?
Another
JJ
title for the Bloodline.
Yeah. JJ enhanced my thought about Rollins versus Logan Paul being Hollywood Backlot Brawl. Universal Studios right at the freeway. And they have a partnership with NBC Universal. So put it at the backlot. Hell, have them fight in front of Courthouse Square. Just don't set the clock tower on fire. Theory and Cena U.S. title. Gunther, Sheamus, Drew, Intercontinental. Women's tag, I went with Dakota and Io against Ronda and Shayna because of what happened on SmackDown. Again, Jay hasn't seen it, so I don't want to go in depth on SmackDown. But Ronda's been digging at damage control on social media for lack of defenses, so that should kind of writes itself. Mask versus career. Ray's mask versus Dominic's career, but in a plot twist, Ray loses the match, loses his mask, and voluntarily quits as a result. I Quit, Edge and Damian Priest. I know they did I Quit with Edge and Balor already, but I think the definitive end of the thing between Edge and Judgment Day needs to be something violent and brutal, and I Quit is the way to go. Just don't take it to the Foley Rock level. That's all we ask.
That's fair, right.
I think this Lashley Omos thing is the Lesnar Omos thing is bullshit. I stand by it.
Bathroom break.
And I understand they're probably going to get Lashley and Bray, which whatever, but I still want Lesnar Lashley last man standing.
Sponsored by Cinnamon.
Usos versus Sami KO. It should be. For the women's, I went a different direction. I took the two challengers and the two champions, and one winner, one undisputed women's champion for both brands.
Right.
And then Cody and Roman is my main event, just because that's what I think it should be. That's what I hope it is. And I'm going to buy my weight in facial tissue. That way I can be ready for the crying, because just seeing Cody Rhodes in the main, just seeing a Rhodes in a WrestleMania main event is going to make me ball enough.
That's fair.
So
there is Jeff's booking. James, we're going to throw to you now. Do you want to share a screen?
I do. I do have a screen.
I'm going to leave my thing up in case we need to throw back to it. So
I do. I will have to step out in a second. But once I do this, I am going to run down the card and then I'll step out. So I'll be here for a while. But yeah, I just want to make sure I get my card and then I'll come right back afterwards. But with that said, here's my card for WrestleMania, my dream card for what they've been building already. This is for the road to WrestleMania going Hollywood. So I did a 2-night card, and my first match right off the gate to get the people hyped is United States Champion. We are going to be doing John Cena versus Austin Theory, who's the champion going in. WWE Raw Women's Championship, Asuka versus Bianca Belair to second match on the card. Keep the good pace of matches going with high quality talent. Speaking of which, my third match on the card, just to give LA Knight a freaking win.
Yeah.
LA Knight versus AJ Styles, because I think that would be awesome.
Phenomenal.
That would be really cool. I booked another interesting match that I think could actually really work. The reunion of DIY with Candice LeRae versus The Miz and Grayson Waller with Dexter Lumis in their corner.
Dexter Lumis?
Interesting.
Question for you. I'm not familiar with DIY. Who is that?
That would be Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to have to take up more space on the actual graphic.
No, it's all good. That I just legit didn't know that was their name.
Yeah, it was DIY.
But I did know that was their name.
That's fair.
Last man standing match, which I originally had this as an I Quit match, but I went in the same way with Jeff. I was debating between this and this. I went with last man standing match with Bobby Lashley versus Brock Lesnar. I think that needs to happen, and they should really blow that feud off properly. I did Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. I didn't even think about Solo Sikoa, so I actually went with Bronson Reed eliminating Braun Strowman to win it. But
I'm okay with that too, honestly.
Yeah, that would be cool. We got number 7, WWE Women's Tag Team 3 Corners match. Damage Control's Io Sky and Dakota Kai versus the Punk Rock Express, which I like naming my teams. Lita and Becky Lynch versus Seek and Destroy, which is Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey.
Marketing right there.
There you go. WWE Men's Tag Team titles, the Usos versus Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn to main event night 1. On night 2, we have some high stakes to begin night 2. Fatal 4-way tag team ladder match. The winner becomes number 1 contender. They become number 1 contender after Mania is over. Basically, we're adding some stakes here.
Nice.
Imperium's Marcel Barthel and Fabian Eichner, because I can't pronounce their new names because their old names are hard enough to pronounce as it is, versus the Brawling Brutes, Pete Dunne and Ridge Holland, versus Legado del Fantasmas, Raul Mendoza and Zema Ion, because I couldn't spell Walking Wild, and versus Braun Strowman and Ricochet. Again, it's a ladder match, so I thought, going through that, it was basically like, okay, we got the big guy in the ladder match. We have the technicians in the ladder match. We have the high flyers in the ladder match. When you look at Legado del Fantasma and Imperium, who are kind of like hybrids and could do it all. So I figured, you know what? That's a really good four-way ladder match per tag. So there you go. It's kind of like Money in the Bank. WWE Intercontinental Championship triple threat match. Walter defending against Drew McIntyre and Sheamus, which Walter's Gunther, just for new viewers. Father versus son. Rey Mysterio versus Dominic Mysterio. Seth Rollins versus Logan Paul. Hell in a Cell match. Edge versus Demon Finn Balor, which I forgot to write in here, but that would be what I would book. Edge versus Demon Finn Balor.
Grudge match from last year's WrestleMania. Pat McAfee versus Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, hell.
Sensational Invitational Battle Royal for the women.
Love that nameplay.
Won by Natalya, last eliminating Tamina and Raquel.
Ooh.
Give Natalya something. For the love of God, give Natalya something.
Respect.
There you go. WWE Raw, SmackDown. What? That was a typo.
Unified the titles.
Yeah, I did. No, I didn't.
Botch.
WWE SmackDown Women's Championship, semi-maining Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley. You will notice that even though I don't have the women main eventing, I do have them semi-main eventing both nights. Tag team for night 1, singles division for night 2. So there you go. The rivalry comes to an end with Rhea Ripley winning, and then undisputed Universal Champion, obviously Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. So there you
All right.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad. Noah, we will go to you next. And you, good sir, gave us a video.
I just basically did PowerPoint slides and exported them together because why not? Be simple enough.
There you go.
So let's take a look at Noah's fantasy card, gentlemen.
Let's do it.
Okay, folks. So I'm not fantasy booker. I also thought about the Dre and the other thing happening on, Raw or SmackDown. So here's my WrestleMania card. If you want to take a little thing. Miz got a golden envelope, so maybe it's a must-see attraction that he says it for himself. I say Montez Ford takes the advantage. We have an open challenge to kick things off. Intercontinental Championship, triple threat, Banger Bros versus Gunther. Maybe this is where Sheamus finally hits the Grand Slam at the expense of his banger friend. Wait and see. I'll let your minds wonder about that. Women's tag, I thought about generational frenemies, Becky Lynch and Bayley versus a returning heel Trish Stratus and her best rival turned friend, Lita. See what that leads to. Respect, passing of the torch. You tell me. Should be a showcase to say the least. Mask versus hair. Big thing in Mexico. Triple A. Make this as personal as possible. Rey Mysterio versus Dominic Mysterio. And if Dominic wins, Rey Mysterio gives up his mask and ends his career. Seth freaking Rollins versus Logan Paul. That's pretty much going to be a wild showcase exhibition for you. I think that pretty much is set in stone at this point. We're just waiting for the graphic. Bobby Lashley versus Bray Wyatt. No idea what the hell this is going to include, but I figured out how he's going to be involved here. Bobby's saying no one's going to embarrass me again. Bray Wyatt might very well do that. And I feel just because she is the Royal winner, she should main event night 1, or semi-main, excuse me. Charlotte Flair defends the gold against the winner, Rhea Ripley. See what happens. I was going back and forth, but I had to do Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn versus the Usos. And based on this, you either get Kevin Owens versus Sikoa and Sami Zayn versus Jimmy Uso, with Jey Uso maybe watching on from afar because Jey Uso is still unknown based on his actions. Could be Jimmy versus Jey, let you might wonder. And that's just day 1 as people selling from that. Day 2 kicks off with Bianca Belair defending the Raw Women's Championship against Asuka, a.k.a. Kana. And right now I still believe that no one is ready for her. Brock Lesnar versus Omos, but let's bring a history in here because Omos is just not a wrestler. Put Shelton Benjamin in there and let's see what happens with MVP in the corner. Make it a handicap. Give us a little more with this so it's not a bathroom break. Hell in a Cell, this has to end once for all the final judgment. Demon Finn Balor versus Edge, and this is the last time these two face each other in the ring, period.
We both thought the same on that one.
Special guest referee Kurt Angle for this based on history. John Cena goes after the United States Championship against Austin Theory. Based on this outcome, you wonder if you'll see John Cena and Kurt Angle in the same ring again, maybe one-on-one at WrestleMania 40, since they never had that one-on-one match.
That's fair.
Women's tag titles, obviously Dakota Kai, Io Sky. Ronda and Shayna are destroying everybody on the SmackDown side of things. Ronda talking about being a tag wrestler, finally gives Shayna a belt. Sorry, not sorry. Why the heck not? Dakota Kai finally breaks away on her own. LA Knight wants to moment, but not for himself. Pat McAfee, some solid jaw jacking. We get a fun exhibition with 2 people that deserve it, and maybe this is the first time a celebrity goes down against an actual WWE superstar. Either way, I think this will be a really fun match to watch. And of course, last but not least, do we finish the story? Let your mind wonder yourself. I had to close this thing out with Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes, WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. And based on this, Roman takes some time away, or Roman comes back savage with a vengeance against some members of his own bloodline. And that's my WrestleMania.
Nice.
Very nice, sir. Very nice.
Yeah, you had some matches and layouts that I wouldn't have even thought about, to be fair.
Well, I was thinking about a Money in the Bank, but I figured Money in the Bank was later, so can't do that. And then as far as the Battle Royals, look, don't book a match during the go home. If you're going to do these battle royals, and you're not going to do them on a 2-hour pre-show, then I don't know who the hell watches a 2-hour talk show before WrestleMania anymore. Ugh. Then friggin' do the friggin' battle royales, one on Raw, one on SmackDown. The women one I had based on the friendship that's being formed or what they're trying to do here. I had a Candice winning that. And as far as the men's one, I went with Bronson Reed because of the Bam Bam Bigelow influence on SmackDown.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really good. Really good.
I like your card. I like your logic behind some of these things.
Especially with the angle one.
For a man who says that he's not a fantasy booker, you put some good shit together, sir.
Yeah, you did.
You really need to give yourself a little bit more credit. And yeah,
Bro,
maybe this isn't something you want to dabble in on a regular, but you've got a lot more talent for it than you give yourself credit.
Bro, you gave me ideas that I wish I put on my card. Like, I didn't even think about doing a Pat McAfee LA Knight match.
I want to see the two go face to face in the promo.
Because I did like a combination card. I realized I had dream matches plus freaking all the other stuff.
I think the thing with me and the Forbidden Door, because I watched so much resin, when you talk about Dream, I was like, oh God, what do I use in the current? But when I just think about current and WWE and the fact that, again, JJ and James and Jeff and I, we've all been like tuning into the current product, and I'm kind of getting a glimpse of everything and getting behind a lot of people and where things stand, especially now with Triple H at the freaking creative C was the best thing that's happened to the company in the last 10 plus years. It left me a little bit more food for thought, and constantly listening to, this WrestleMania themes instrumental definitely helped too. Got me in the mindset of things. So not only did I work on this today, I've already developed the freaking graphs for the predictions leagues. So there you go.
There you go.
Nice.
All right, I do have to. I unfortunately will have to step out again because I do have to take one care of something. This will only take 2 minutes because I need to make.
No worries, because Jeff had to step out for a phone call also. So we'll just. Me and Noah will stall until you both come back, and then I'll present my card.
There you go. Fair enough.
All right. Well, there you are. Thank you all, by the way, for those that have the botched. Well, as we wait, let us know some of your thoughts based on the card you heard, or if you were fantasy booking like a match or exhibition, or do you have a superstar that you want to see? Maybe someone in NXT. Do you maybe think somebody from Stand Deliver could maybe become part of WrestleMania in a capacity? Come on, chat, talk to us. Let us know.
Yeah,
we're here with you. What y'all want to talk about? To take a line from Cody Rhodes and JJ. Again, I'm looking very forward to calling not only my second WrestleMania, but my first number one with you. I expect you to wear something a bit more than a T-shirt. Looking a little classy, brother.
We'll see.
I'm kidding.
You caught me there, Noah. Like I figured I was going to get dressed a little bit nicer for the Hall of Fame.
That's fair.
Because I feel that's what needs to happen. Like the fans that are going to the Hall of Fame, yes, I know it's a SmackDown too.
We talked about this.
But I feel like the Hall of Fame is a classy event. So I was figuring to dress up a little bit nicer for Hall of Fame.
Yep.
I wasn't figuring to get super dressed for WrestleMania.
Yeah, you
but if you would like for me to at least rock a polo instead of a standard tee, I will do that for you.
There you go.
I don't,
at least for one night.
I don't know about a shirt and tie, bro. I will give you that for the Hall of Fame, but for WrestleMania and Stand and Deliver, like, bro.
And the Hall of Fame. I mean, we're gonna have breaks. I'm gonna change my suits completely because just like I did with the Deadline and the Ring of Honor thing, I already got WrestleMania week lined up, so I'm ready.
And I don't doubt it, bro. But going back to your thoughts about Stand and Deliver being on the Mania card, and I'll mention it again once the other boys rejoin us. But that's kind of what I went for with this. Like, I tried to make it a true fantasy card. So you'll look at my matches and there's going to be a lot of people that got left off. And you're like, wow, you didn't book a match for these people?
Right.
But that's because I booked NXT stars in some of these matches.
Opportunity.
Yes. And especially since, as we joke, it's no longer your NXT and it's my NXT. Like, I see such promise in some of these people.
I do too.
That I think some of these matches present those opportunities to at least make a showing on the grand stage. I see you, Jeff. 1 second. It allows them to at least make a showing on the grand stage. even if they don't fully seize that opportunity. You know what I mean?
Right. It's their first like taste. It's like, you go to the movies, what you see, constant teaser, constant teaser, constant teaser.
Yes.
It builds to something bigger. Whether or not you get a date, that's a whole different story. You've been to a movie theater enough times to know that firsthand. I've seen enough video game trailers to know, when is this coming? You're giving me a teaser. Where's the date? Damn it. And they finally gave me a date.
Like Fight Forever.
Don't get me started on that. And they freaking finally gave me a date for Legend of Zelda 2 Breath of the Tears of a Kingdom, but I can't get a damn date for Fight Forever. BS. But anyway, yeah, it's one of those things where I do wonder, this WrestleMania, is each event going to yield results towards Backlash? Because for the first time in a long time, I truly feel this Raw to WrestleMania is going to have more surprises, more worthwhile must-see moments than just the first damn 15 minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, you figure you've got Triple H booking WrestleMania for the first time ever, start to finish.
Exactly.
And even if he goes to dear old dad for some advice,
oh, Vince, damn it.
That doesn't mean that he has to take the advice. And it is still his stamp on things.
He's had to create it. Yep.
So I'm very excited for that, because as we've discussed a few times these last few months, you and James to a lesser extent, but you are at a point with WWE that neither Jeff nor myself could have fathomed a year ago.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with what happened last year with Vince and Triple H.
Yep.
So to see this level of excitement in you for the WWE product, whether it's what's being presented on a weekly basis or my passion for it, or little column A, little column B.
It's a both. It's a few.
It's just exciting for both of us to see the way your excitement about the product has risen.
Yep.
Because a year ago, and we won't even count WrestleMania because that's WrestleMania, but like Backlash, it was like, I'm only here because I'm getting paid for it, and I'm not even fucking getting paid for it. Why the fuck am I here?
To be fair, that show, that show already had a black note with the main event, with the fact they did not put the titles on the line, to the point that the man on the marquee, he freaking called on, but we started with Mike Knight, damn it, during that 6-man tag, because we didn't give a damn.
Agreed, but to my point, like the fact that we threw away the main event to start open mic night, and it wasn't your fault. That wasn't what I was trying to get at.
No,
but like
I know.
that was your attitude then, was like,
yeah,
I'm only here because they're paying me, and they're not even paying me. So why the fuck am I here?
I mean, also it had Madcap Moss versus Baron Corbin, and even Aaron Bripp on predictions. He freaking went, I just freaking like, put a smile on your face.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
And then you fast forward just 4 months from WrestleMania Backlash to SummerSlam, and how the landscape had started to change.
Yeah.
And the way your excitement was starting to come back at that point, and then Clash at the Castle, and then War Games, and then Rumble. And it's just like been the steady incline to the point where even not your NXT,
damn it,
is at least getting peaks from you here and there.
I look at the women's clips. I look at Carmelo Hayes and Braun Breaker. I give some self thoughts and some things on the tweeter. I don't watch it yet, but yes, it has definitely come further.
So, that just makes me so happy.
I do wonder, though, if they actually are going to book Ava Raine versus Thea Hale for Stand and Deliver as Ava Raine's in-ring debut.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
You think about it, her daddy made his debut at the Garden on, at the time, what was the number 2 pay-per-view.
Yep.
So for his daughter to make her in-ring debut in Hollywood, the city that he dominates at the box office.
Yep.
At the WrestleMania for the NXT brand. Pretty poetic, if you ask me.
That might jump into the building, honestly.
You know what?
And especially if he decides that he wants to show up.
That's what I was thinking, because I almost, and I nearly put this in, I almost fought after the United States Championship match, even Austin Theory and his braggadocious, boasting nature. The history, you know, Kurt Angle, John Cena, Ruthless Aggression, Next Generation. I was thinking after that, but the fact that I kind of had that, I think, before the actual Cody Rhodes and Reigns thing. If Roman wasn't going to face The Rock, I don't think Roman should go after The Rock in any capacity. I almost had The Rock and Kevin Hart showing up just for giggles. But
right.
I think The Rock and Kevin Hart would be more funny if they opened WrestleMania somehow. Even The Rock's not there. The Rock somehow opens WrestleMania and welcomes us in with Kevin Hart, and we just start the show. Kevin Hart be the guest host this year.
That actually would be really cool.
If they have The Rock open this show via satellite without showing up, the people lose their goddamn minds in a bad way. I'm sorry, but they will.
And what if Kevin Hart calls The Rock and says, Rock, where you at? We're supposed to go out here and open the show. What? That just like
that'd be the only way. Like, the only way that works is if they do that and then he shows up later.
Right.
Because if he's hinted at and seen on screen or heard on voice and he's not in the stadium, the people will lose their shit.
Yeah. So maybe Kevin Hart just opens WrestleMania by himself without any acknowledgement to the electrifying man and co-star.
I'm not even sure if they should have Kevin Hart because he's so closely tied to Dwayne. Like that's still like a dude. We wanted freaking Skipper. We got Gilligan instead. Really? Like, come on.
Right.
As long as Kevin Hart comes out dressed like The Rock,
oh God,
imitating that picture of Rocky with the fanny pack and everything, we've seen the similarities when Kevin did that. Have Rocky's music hit and then have Kevin Hart come out dressed like that to cut a promo.
Okay, all right. Hear me out here.
Go ahead.
Have Kevin Hart come out to the Hollywood Rock theme because you're in Hollywood. Fanny pack, Jerry curl, the whole thing. Gets going for a few minutes, then you hear the if you smell, and Dwayne comes down like, dude, knock it off.
They get the raised eyebrow. He's like, what are you doing? Do you think you can be me? Is that what you think? It doesn't matter what you think.
Right.
Right.
And that's why I suddenly brought that up. Hey, so do you all have any idea who should should they do that actually? Should they open either day? I would think the very beginning. Should they have somebody open up and welcome us into WrestleMania? And if so, who?
So it's generationally been Vince or Hunter. Hogan did it the one year when they were in the year after Pandemic Mania. Right. Hogan and Titus. Let me not discount Titus's contribution there.
And one person was booed out of the booth.
Titus World Slide.
Titus World. Oh, that was after that. Thank God for Titus. I honestly, this is gonna sound like another cop out. If that's how they used Dwayne, I'm okay with that because at least he's there.
Yeah. I feel like you have to have Dwayne there in some capacity. It's freaking Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't think any McMahon except Triple H should open the show.
I agree.
Stephanie resigned. Vince is supposed to be not involved. So.
Yeah.
See, and I was going to say Stephanie.
Right.
She retired.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean she can't come back.
Yeah, it doesn't mean. Yeah, she can come back for a spot.
It's WrestleMania. Yeah. You're telling me.
Stephanie
McMahon is not going to be in Hollywood with the Hall of Fame and everything.
No, I think. Well, okay.
With the girl, she'll be there.
I think she'll be at the Hall. Well, you know what though? I don't know because
she'll be there to support her husband.
Even a gorilla.
I think if she's there, she won't be on camera. She won't be visible to the audience.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I think she'll pull an Undertaker and stay behind the curtain.
Well, it's like Sable and Brock Lesnar, you know, they still. I mean,
Rena very rarely goes herself to these things now. So,
the travel again. Boy.
Yeah, I just can't see Stephanie being there on camera because her declaration of departure was very timely in its appearance, and I think that was done by design on her end.
I agree.
So I
don't think it was just an ankle injury.
No, I don't think that. I don't think, and again, she's the only one I haven't met, so I don't really know anyway. But I don't think that she'll want to appear and make it look like she's endorsing everything that's going on. Yes, she made it clear she still supports the company. Of course, she supports Paul because that's her husband and the father of her children.
Yeah.
And yes, it is still under the McMahon auspices, at least for the time being. I don't know. I'm very torn. Obviously I'm torn. I'm starting over my words worse than I ever do, even drunk or not. I don't see her being there on camera, at least.
Fair take.
I want to. I really do, because I want to be able to have the chance to meet her, but I just don't see it being a thing.
This is how much I'm out of touch with Entertainment Tonight in Hollywood. Is Joan Rivers still alive?
No.
Fortunately.
No. Joan
Okay,
passed
She's
away.
been deceased for a couple of years now.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Otherwise, I would have had her open up the freaking thing.
Less than 5, but not that long. Like she went just a few years ago.
Gotcha.
All right, so
I'm
we've
curious.
seen everybody else's fantasy card. So for the people in the chat watching, I'm not going to be able to get to your comments here in a timely manner because I'm going to start running over my card now.
Do it.
Like I said to Noah, the first night is strictly Dream. The second night, I kind of went a little bit of a different route, you know. I brought some NXT talent into things. So you're gonna see my night 2 card, and you may wonder, well, why doesn't so and so have a match? And it's because I decided to give opportunities to the next in line, the new breed.
Opportunity.
So that's the way I went with this. I'm gonna be curious once I get done to go to the comments and see what people thought of this. So for night 1, kicking things off hot and heavy, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels versus Eddie Guerrero.
Nice.
Match 2, the Outsiders, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall versus the New Age Outlaws, the Road Dogg Jesse James and Badass Billy Gunn.
That would have been cool.
Now you figure you got NWO versus DX.
Literally.
Yeah.
Coming in next, Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Goldberg.
Wow.
Match that we always wanted to see during the Monday Night Wars.
True that.
For some pure technical showcase, Owen Hart versus Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
I would give my freaking wallet to see that.
The only current talent that I booked on night 1, I figure if she truly wants to call herself the Queen, Charlotte Flair's got to run a gauntlet with all the women that have defined their eras.
Wow.
Paige, AJ Lee, Michelle McCool, Trish Stratus, Alundra Blaze, Sensational Sherry, Wendy Richter, and the Fabulous Moolah. If Charlotte Flair can get through them, she truly can call herself the Queen.
Accurate.
Another technical classic that everybody always wanted to see, Kurt Angle versus Bret Hart.
Yep.
Hollywood Hulk Hogan versus the Doctor of Thugonomics.
Yes.
John Cena for your semi-main event.
Take my goddamn money.
Yes.
And yes, Jeff, I just booked Hogan.
Hollywood Hogan, though, to be fair to you.
So I've got the NWO trio on the card.
There you go. I dig it.
And your main event, Undertaker versus Sting.
It's Sting!
Icon versus Phenom. Wow.
That's a solid, if you can take everybody into their virtual reality mode in the stadium, throw them in there. Let's do the damn thing. I dig it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Absolutely, King Mike X.
Hell yes.
Like I said, I wanted to go with a true dream card.
Absolutely.
Ryan says that I had him at Brett versus Angle.
Definition of dream.
That was what,
Angle?
second match?
Angle versus Shamrock would have been good, but the ultimate Canadian technician versus your Olympic gold medalist, like for real.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Ken Shamrock at the end of the day, he was more MMA. He was starting to go to a great too, but he was more MMA.
You want to get Shamrock in there, have NWA champion era Severn versus Intercontinental champion era Shamrock.
Oh,
yes. There you go.
Take the rest of my goddamn money after you took it for Hogan Cena.
After you took it for freaking Owen versus Steamboat.
Yeah, you
Oh
have
no! Owen versus Steamboat didn't take my money. It took my goddamn bladder and lost the control.
Took his.
Well, yeah,
he was willing to hand his entire wallet over.
Yeah, I mean,
there was something for everybody on that for sure.
Seeing those two, God, freaking Owen selling those arm drags, god damn.
Come on now, man.
Come on now.
And then we try to get through these comments here before I get over there. And then we go to night 2.
All right.
And we're starting off hot and heavy with Montez Ford versus Carmelo Hayes.
Yeah, baby.
Boy.
Sticking with the gauntlet theme, tag team championship gauntlet. So for the straps, the Usos versus Imperium versus the Brawling Brutes versus the Boehner Brothers versus the New Day versus KO and Sammy versus Pretty Deadly.
Yes, boy.
Versus the Dyad. Oh, Lord. Versus the Creed Brothers. And versus Gallus.
Gallus boys on top.
I was waiting for that, Noah.
Yeah. Pardon my ignorance. The Dyad are the former Grizzled Young Veterans, correct?
Yes. And I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Still pisses me off to this day.
So I didn't mean to start a ruckus, but
wait.
All right.
Wait. Who is what?
The Dyad.
Dyad are freaking Zach Gibson, James Drake. They are grizzled young veterans.
But now they're Joe Gacy's minions.
Oh, great. Lovely.
The United States Championship Open Challenge. Austin Theory defends not against John Cena, but Bronathan Breaker.
Fair enough.
Interesting.
I like that. I wonder if Braun Breaker.
I figure when Braun comes up, he can't go straight for the world title. You got to put him in the mid card.
Like I said,
Austin Theory versus Breaker.
Yeah.
Another technical classic, but this time for the main night. Chad Gable versus Shelton Benjamin.
Shelton has been so overlooked since fracking WrestleMania 25. I feel like in that Money Big Ladder match. I love this match.
And since we know Angle is already there for night 1, he can even referee this.
Yes.
Maiko Satomura versus Asuka.
Final versus the Empress. Yes. Yes. Japanese strong style personified.
Great.
For the Intercontinental Championship, Walter versus Ilya Dragunov.
My favorite match in NXT history.
Yeah, I went for the callback. I did my research. TakeOver 36. Dragunov defeats Walter for the UK Championship.
And even before
Who can
then,
stop Walter for the IC title?
Yes.
Maybe a callback to Ilya Dragunov.
Even before then, during the pandemic, when NXT UK was in front of nobody, and all you heard was just the absolute physical destruction of two human beings over the NXT UK Championship. Yes.
The Raw Women's title, the match that I wanted to see, Bianca Belair versus Raquel Rodriguez. And your main event for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship, Roman Reigns versus The Rock.
That's really good.
That's incredible. Both absolutely incredible.
I enjoyed that.
I love that. There was not one match I was like, everything.
Question.
Go ahead.
No Cody Rhodes either night.
Mm-hmm.
Any particular reason, or just didn't factor into your booking strategy?
I wanted to give opportunities to other people.
Okay.
I wanted Roman Rocky more than I wanted Roman and Cody.
No, I'm fine with that, but just no Cody at all was the surprise.
Well, night one was more for the past performers.
That's
The only person that got thrown on there was Charlotte because she had to prove she was the queen.
Yep.
So she had to run through all of those past performers.
No, I feel that. I feel that. That's a really good strategy.
And honestly, I like that idea. And God, if money was no object and time travel was a thing, I would book that match for real, because that is, regardless of how people feel about Moolah now and all the rumors that were around, under the for so many years, that that match alone is everything why women's wrestling should have been promoted better a long goddamn time ago. So
Yeah.
you figure Alundra didn't get enough of fuck it. Medusa didn't get enough of a damn, opportunity, and then she left. Sherry kind of got the ass into the stick there being women's champion, but then they really didn't use her as women's champion, much like Moolah in the mid-'80s. You figure Moolah was at WrestleMania 3 as the queen with King Harley Race and the Weasel. So it was like, okay. But, man, Moolah, Sherry, Medusa, everybody there was a quality wrestler first, and for the most part, a knockout to boot. And, they were all gorgeous women in their own right. So let's not even try to bullshit our way around that. So that's a great booking strategy for the women. You figure you get the best of the best, the whole gamut of WWE history. I love it.
The spectrum.
I love it. Even Wendy, Wendy, as big as Wendy got, she was only really the star of that side of the company for what, like 2 years?
If that.
People really sleep on the amount of time, which is why I always go back to, Heyman talking about Cena being the top guy. Stone Cold Steve Austin, his big giant run on top of the world, 3 years. Really. Hogan's World Championship reign, 4 years. The biggest one. And even his whole time on top, where he was the only guy they really truly put out there as the number one guy, 5 years most. Because they kept trying
more than double. John Cena more than double.
John Cena was 10, where he was the face and everybody else was playing for second place.
And Roman's been 3.
Yeah, Roman's been 3 now. And he's not going to hit 10 as being the only guy. He's not really the only guy now. It's just he's the most dominant guy.
Yeah, exactly.
John Cena, whether we agree with the strategy or not, was the only guy for a decade. Yes, they had Randy. Yes, they had Edge. Yes, they tried Rob. But it always, always, always fell back to John Cena without any hesitation. Hogan, they hesitated quite a few times toward the end of the 80s and into the 90s. John, there was never hesitation once.
Even Dave couldn't compete with John.
Yeah.
Nope. No.
When you think about that WrestleMania that you went to that we all, better awards WrestleMania 21, Dave was the final image, not John. That was their thought process. And agree or not, moving John to Raw, moving Dave to SmackDown was the perception. And Undertaker said at the Hall of Fame, it became perception's reality. John was the champion of the A show after that.
Yep.
So anything Batista did, as good as he was on SmackDown, especially the stuff with Eddie Guerrero, my God, was that stuff great.
Yeah, until his injury.
Yeah. And even then, you think about that for a second. The same weekend, John gets cashed in on, Dave gets hurt. 2006 could have been a lot crazier.
It was a crazy year, by the way.
It also could have been a lot more of the same old. If Edge doesn't cash in and Dave doesn't get hurt.
True that.
I hate to interrupt, but for the first time, I'm probably going to have to bow out early because I'm being called in.
No, you're good. You're good, dude.
But I'll just do a quick little promotion for me. You guys can follow me on youtube.com/user/JHebertside95. The stuff that JJ wrote aired in the commercial break. You can check out in the trailer here that we aired on Open Mic Night, but you could also see what we offer on FTW Productions right here on this channel. So go check it out. And until next time, we'll see you next time for Open Mic Night. Have a good night, gentlemen.
No. Hey, look out, Mikey
T with the leg bag.
James.
Like Mikey T gets in here right as we're starting to wrap things up and do plugs and shit.
Hey, good to see you. That's all
guys, my stream went late, guys. My bad to tap in. So
no, dude. Hey,
it's all good, bro.
All good, man.
You're not obligated and forced to be here. We come in. We appreciate you being here. Even if you are touching people's trash in the opening credits, it's all good.
People's Mic Night.
The entire stage trash. It's all good.
They are.
Oh,
God, is that
good show. Hey, you know what? Getting our shit in 3 hours, has plugs, Jay. That's pretty good for us with me on the show.
For real. For real. Just trying to keep things streamlined, trying to keep the topics down. Thankfully, the last month or so hasn't really been heavy news. So it hasn't been where we had 25 things we needed to try to Brian Cage and get our shit in. It's like, and the disco thing for this week, it's like, did it really need to get talked about? No,
I think it did.
because we're just giving him publicity that he doesn't deserve.
Well, that's fair too.
But it's a talking point, so it gives us something to discuss. So, it's just one of those things. It's like we could have completely ignored it, but it gave us something to talk about. So it kind of is what it is,
He just becomes such a pimple on the ass of wrestling life. It's like, let's just talk about it and get over with already.
Ryan Dempsey, we appreciate you for that. For real. He set his alarm to get up for this. That either means that we're on super early in the morning for him.
Yeah.
Or he's
past his bedtime.
A graveyard worker, something,
Third shift.
We appreciate that, Ryan. We do, man. And again, it was brought up. We're not going to get monetized tonight because of the video we used with WWE footage in it. But yeah, it is what it is, which is why we appreciate the super chat that came in. So thank you for that, guys.
As minimal as it was, we do appreciate it.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
We're basically getting ready to start wrapping things up and start plugs. So if anybody else has anything that they'd like for us to discuss, super chat it. We'll get it in right now. If you want to do what Emmanuel did and super chat us a topic for next week,
there you go.
You can do that too. Like I said, that's how that whole topic came to be, because we got a super chat for it last week.
I look way thinner with the denim jacket and the cap on. I'm gonna start wearing that again. This freaking is way fatter than I actually am now. I actually am losing weight. This hoodie's doing me no goddamn favors. Okay. Just like I see the cap, it's like, wow, I can see what Bree was talking about when I started the podcast.
Put a freaking screen cap. I'm just watching freaking JPW.
Hey, you know what? You did that last week, and that shit was great. It was tremendous.
I almost had that clipped for this so I could show you. It's like, man, I don't even remember what it was I was talking about. I was doing one of my plugs, talking about a movie, and just out of nowhere, here comes Noah, Rainmaker.
It was so perfectly timed.
It was.
I'm gonna have to go back and find that somehow.
It's gonna have to make the highlights at the end of the year for James, because it was so random but so well placed. Like, if you tried to book it that way, you would never get the timing right in a million years.
You just showed up on the screen. I hear the coin drop. I do the thing.
You talk about shit with him that we wouldn't have envisioned a year ago when we really went gung-ho into this whole watch-along project. A New Japan show ending with Okada is always a given, but with Mercedes Moné standing next to him, Sasha Banks, what the fuck, really? That was an incredible moment all over social media last week. So that was really cool.
Done.
Yeah, that was a big moment for sure.
Yeah, with that happening on the other channel, the former generic luchador ending a pay-per-view or a premium live event, having lost, yes, but still having the moment of his damn life. Crazy weekend last weekend for sure.
And it's only going to get crazier from here, considering what's coming up.
King Mike X, I know I am not. I know Jeff was trying to, but the finances aren't there. Cheapest ticket where it's going to be out here is $100 for the balcony.
Yeah.
I can't do that. As much as I would go and love to see The Undertaker, I know he charges $100 for a meet and greet.
Yeah, more than that now.
I would rather pay the $100 for a meet and greet and actually get to be this close to him.
Yeah.
As opposed to paying $100 to see him do a public speaking engagement and be in the nosebleeds.
Yeah, and granted, the Novo, the former Club Nokia, is not a gigantic venue, so even balcony's not bad. But what they're charging for a toast or an on stage with him, I could buy an entire section of seats at WrestleMania, and I'm not kidding.
I think there's a video on YouTube that someone spent $20,000 to be front row where Brock Lesnar was tossed into their lap.
Yeah, pretty much.
Damn.
And it's like, hey, that's great. You got that kind of money you can throw away on shit like that? Cool.
I wish.
More power to you.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Yeah,
as of now,
we used to know a guy who, when he lived in SoCal with us, would go to every show at the Honda Center, Staples Center, now the Crypt, San Diego Arena, and Vegas.
Yep.
Every time they came around, he would go to every show and be, generally speaking, in the first 6 rows, especially if it was a pay-per-view.
Well,
He might bypass a Raw or SmackDown if the pay-per-view was the same week.
Right.
But he would go to all those cities, and we were just like, bro, how do you have the money for this? Like, I did it 1 year, SummerSlam 2010. My girlfriend, my daughter's mom, you know, were the first 6 rows. And that we had to use tax money for that.
Right?
For real, like, the tickets went on sale around the same time we got our tax refund. And we used part of our tax refund for that. That's the only way we were able to afford it.
And my drunken first HD episode of Talk Wrestling, thanks for your attendance, by the way.
Yeah, you know.
Because goddamn.
That I was able to find on Jeff's channel, it is still out there in the universe.
We did not know this till last week. This is true.
Unless Jeff has since deleted it.
Nope.
But
not
yes,
yet.
you can go to the Jeff Meacham Network YouTube channel and go to the little search bar and type in, you know, Talk Wrestling HD SummerSlam, and it'll pop up. The graphic and everything, Talk Wrestling from Bob's Big Boy post SummerSlam show.
Yep.
My debut on NoDQ.com.
And Jeff is, as the great Juan Wright would say, loaded.
He was so drunk that the person he did the show with literally had to hold him up during the show.
Oh my gosh.
Really? I don't remember that. I watched the video.
Well, this was 13 years ago now, to be fair.
Yeah, I definitely watched the video.
It was, and again, in my forever defense, I bought myself a cheap ass seat for that SummerSlam. I sat. You talk about nosebleeds for Novo. Nosebleeds for Staples is a little bit higher than that.
And nosebleeds for the Honda Center are even higher.
Which I've also been in for WrestleMania. But I was sad and lonely up there at the top of the building. I said, so I tweeted out, please come help. Please come say hello. And everybody, well, thank you for that, Ryan. Jesus. I appreciate you for that, because that's still probably my greatest solo work. Just me and interview subject here. I think as great as some of the stuff I did later and some of the stuff I did earlier with other partners and co-hosts, I think my interviews with Rob have been my best work. And I appreciate all the praise. Yes, there was great weather on the day we did it at Venice Beach. And Rob will always be a great interview subject because he's also a friend. And we can sit there across the table just for an hour. It's like, oh shit, I got it. We can go now. I mean, the first time it wasn't that way because it was a group setting and we were at his store and it was me and my old co-host, and it was very much he's injured, he can't be WrestleMania. It was kind of a downer thing. But even back then, Rob was never a downer guy. He's very much like this guy. There's always a positive spin on stuff. And he, we talked about, he broke his ankle in 2000 and had to, miss the opportunity with Awesome. But that was the first long term. He was out for goddamn near a year with that knee injury because his knee was just so beat to shit by then. We talked about that. We talked about the fact that ECW was coming up. We weren't supposed to be talking about that. He's like, I don't give a fuck because it's RVD. And then we had him back. He was the only contracted WWE superstar we actually had on the show more than once when he was still a WWE superstar. Not counting Legends contracted Gene Okerlund in 2003, which was very grateful for that, Gene. If your family is watching, Gene Norcolin was on twice in a week with us back in 03. But yeah, Rob and I will always have great interviews because we just sit back there and bullshit for an hour or two, and it's okay, cool, we got good content. Didn't know which part. What didn't he know exactly? There's
probably the contracted superstar.
Yeah. He. I know Rob cared about working for WWE, and I know that he. Okay, well, I'll make sure I thank Rob again next time I see him. I'll be out in Vegas in a couple weeks anyway, hopefully. So hopefully that'll be a thing. But not that he didn't care. He was just not. Blase is a tough word, I guess. But he was just like, if they can come here and get the comic book store over, if they can come back and, Rob's never wanted to turn down praise for his own damn self. That's for goddamn sure. So it's like, they're putting me over. Why not? But in the process of that, he and I became friends. I became friends with his wife at the time. We got to really hang out with them quite a bit. It's a wonderful thing. I don't see him as much anymore because I'm still in the same damn house I was when I interviewed him the first time, and he's out in Vegas now with Katie. So it's a rare thing. But
Jeff became friends with him while I became a rival of his. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Me, Stat Boy, the guy just previously mentioned indirectly that would buy the tickets to those shows.
Yeah.
And another friend of ours who you can also see on that Bob's video.
Yeah.
Literally all got banned from RVD's store.
Yes. And
because we would use the autograph signings. We would use the autograph signings as a marketing opportunity for us. We ran what at the time was called the Enterprise Superstore. And essentially what it was a wrestling garage sale out of somebody's garage. We had wrestling merchandise. We had action figures, mixed CDs of entrance themes, completely illegal at the time. Still illegal today if we're being fair, but, don't do it no more.
Don't do the fair about that.
So we had all that stuff, videos, DVDs, and so we would use the autograph signings as a chance to pass out flyers, telling people that we were going to have a sale that weekend.
Nice.
Come check us out.
Now,
one of the customers in line showed the flyer to Rob and his staff.
Yep.
And that's when the shoe fell.
Yeah.
Because we were pulled in, we were talked to about it, we were told we were no longer allowed in the store. The caveat in all this, the worst part is that we had actually asked the staff if we could do it and been given permission. But when Rob found out about it, they had to play dumb so that they didn't lose their jobs.
Yep.
That's how that works.
Well, what was really shitty was the first incarnation of Rob's store was in the Lakewood Center, which was a 5-minute fucking walk from the original Casa. It's like, damn it, really? Maybe 10.
Like
maybe
it was, yeah, it was so it was about a 20 to 30 walk.
Okay.
It was about a 5 to 10 drive.
Even still, it was right there.
Yeah.
And by the time I moved in, it was already
like 2 blocks away.
Yeah. Oh, it was rough. It was bad enough where when I was reacquiring the interview with him in the one at the beach, so 2014, I was already living with him at this God damn this stupid camera. Him at this point, and it just it was interesting because I wanted to bring him along, and Mikey T is bowing out. He did tell us in the private chat. Yes. So Mikey, good to see you briefly. But I asked him to come along. He's like, I don't know if I should. So it was kind of one of those. It worked out because it got me and Aaron officially back working together and led to Talk Wrestling returning and led to a lot of different things. But yeah, it was an enjoyable time. Anytime I got to interview Rob, I'm hoping to have it again. Turning 40 on Wednesday, so I like to get as many people together as I can. So we'll see. Anyway, that kind of went off on a way way off tangent from promotional shit, but
It
Yes,
happens.
does
I mean,
happen.
Mikey T joined the room for a minute, so we just started bullshitting a little bit more and kind of got sidetracked. It happens.
Yeah,
It's all
exactly.
good.
Conversation.
You
It's all
know?
good. Yeah, Mikey, we're glad you tap in too, brother. It was good to see you, and we'll.
You know, you're always welcome to come
always.
in whenever you can, man. Hopefully next time you'll be able to get in a little bit sooner.
Yes.
Yeah, that's next week, Saturday, open mic night. It's just another, thankfully, standard, nice, fun open mic night because the next wrestling pay-per-view is on a Sunday night.
Yep.
Yes, and we're going to get to that here momentarily as we begin our plugs. Now that you mentioned it, let me make sure I've got that in here. Jesus, I wasn't even thinking about that one.
Well, that one actually was run during the opening trailer as far as the
Yeah, that's
watch-alongs
true.
that are
Okay,
coming
so
up.
I don't have to throw
Yeah,
that
you
up
could do
there.
the watch-along
But
coverage.
there is
So
one
the next watch-along.
Well, but there is one that I don't think was ran yet.
Ooh.
As far as videos, I sent it to you on Facebook.
Yes, but that's going to be towards the end. I was going to do.
Oh, I
the
thought we
other
were going to
stuff
do
first.
that right after the rest of it. That works too. You're producing.
Okay. I was going to first start plugging the people who aren't here this evening.
Of course.
Of course, you can follow your barkeeps on Twitter. Let me take down the banner real quick.
Hope you had a wonderful birthday, Dory. Continue.
Yes, I do too. I am sorry I was unable to make it to the sports bar. I know I watched it back. That's who he was talking about when he was stalling. You know, is anybody else in the green room? Someone else is supposed to be in the green room. And he was talking about me. You know, I'm sorry, Dory, that I wasn't able to be there. Just as I said earlier on the show, shit has been crazy for me the last couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But follow your barkeeps on Twitter at Hathaway Lou, at LBStatKid1977. Of course, every Tuesday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou.
Yes.
The latest news in professional sports.
Yep.
Hockey, we're going to be starting the push to the playoffs here shortly. We've got spring training that's going to be starting up, I want to say mid to late next month. Of course, you've still got you've got the XFL coverage.
NASCAR now? Yep.
I know they're trying to cover NASCAR. Yeah, so you've got a lot of stuff still going on Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou.
They're out in Kentucky tomorrow, actually.
And then if you want the opportunity to meet them in person,
yes,
they will be milling around Heroes and Legends 19 in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee on Saturday, May 13th. So you can always go there, and if you find them amongst the crowd, they'll take pictures with you without having to pay for them.
That's very likely, yes.
Although, like the people you see on Hollywood Boulevard, I'm sure they'd accept a little tip.
Yeah, you know.
Gratuity goes a long way.
It does, man.
You can also catch the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield on Twitter at CatholicJosh122 and on Instagram at MallowmanGram. Unfortunately, Josh has been unable to join us here the last couple weeks, and we knew that he was going to start petering out here mid-March because of prior commitments that he's made. Hopefully we'll get to see him the next couple weeks before that really kicks into overdrive.
Yes, sir.
God bless him.
And then last but not least, Big Baller G, Jeff Jarrett's #1 fan, at Big Baller G 1988 on TikTok, NoDQ.com/Big Baller G on Twitter, NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988 on Instagram. And of course, he's been promoting Baltimore Celeb Fest 7 with Hacksaw Jim Duggan, which is going to be coming in for the crew that he represents there.
Yep.
So
they get a lot of good guests in that Celeb Fest each time they had that, man. I'm happy for G. He's getting so many cool people.
He freaking gets to meet good old JR. Damn it.
I know, right? Yes. It's funny. Right. Oh,
go ahead.
I was say with WrestleCon coming out here, I was not going to go to WrestleCon. There's so many people that they're booking into that I really want to go see. I'm really, really tempted to find an opportunity just to go down there and say hello to Val, SoCal Val, who I've not seen since she moved to the United Kingdom. She's actually coming into LA. Wow. Her and Lisa / Victoria / Tara, and I think Mickey's also, because they're all on that show together. They're podcast together. So I think they're
GAW, Grown Ass Women.
Yeah, I think they're appearing together. It's like, God damn it. So we'll see how that goes.
Got the funds. Got the funds.
Well, I've never met Mickey. I've never met Lisa, and I don't think I've seen Val in at least 10 years, at least in person. More than that. So it'd be cool to see everybody, but we'll see how it goes.
There you go. Jeff, I'm going to throw to you to start your plugs, and then we can throw that video in also.
Appreciate you. So, starting with, just throwing up there, I'll talk about it. I really don't know about the order because I can't see where. Oh, okay, NoDQ. Pretty sure the review is still on Sundays at 8 o'clock Eastern, at least while Aaron's back in Detroit. His Raw recap, SmackDown recap, Dynamite recap, each and every week. The NoDQ review is always a adventure, to say the very least, whether I'm on it or not, whether Rob's on it or not. It always generates a ton of cool discussion. Yeah, there is a lot of cool stuff coming up. Talk Wrestling, of course, this week. Man, I'll tell you, Talk Wrestling this week is going to be interesting because it's the last full day before I hit my birthday. So I'm going to be talking about, I had the thing off here. There it is. I'm going to talk about how much next Sunday's Revolution is going to shape the future of AEW. And, of course, all WWE roads now lead to Tinseltown and Hollywood, WrestleMania. And, yeah, one more sleep till I turn 40. So that'll be a interesting show. And here, granted, we don't know faux show about most of the bottom row. And I botched that graphic. And I was telling everybody in the chat this because I thought Money in the Bank was June 1st, actually July 1st. Yeah. So I thought it was the weekend after Memorial Day. So I'm sure there'll be a show between Double or Nothing and July 1st for WWE or for the NWA or for Impact. But everything up to there, we got coming up, man. Revolution next Sunday, Roadblock a week from Tuesday, Sacrifice at the end of March, and then WrestleMania week kicks in. And with WrestleMania week kicking in, we go to this.
What is it you're trying to plug?
The video. That's okay.
Okay. Because I had something else I was going to throw.
Oh, okay. Well, hey. Oh well, yes, definitely that as well. Yeah, and that's actually part of the video
that's
too.
Actually WrestleMania week.
It is actually WrestleMania week, and yes, that's actually part of the video too. But we have.
You're talking about that video.
Yes, I'm talking about that video. Not
communication. I thought you were talking about the one for the Paradise Kitty girl.
No. But that's okay. It's okay. It's all good. It's fine. So yes, on the Tuesday of WrestleMania week, I'm airing Talk Wrestling the Monday, as far as on every channel but Aaron's, and then Tuesday in Talk Wrestling's time slot on the Multiverse channels, not NoDQ. As of now, it's Cece and Dory, and I think Natalie is tentatively committed at best right now. But the ladies of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, will be previewing and predicting WrestleMania coming up that week. So we got a lot coming up WrestleMania week and after, like that graphic showed. But in the meantime, for WrestleMania week, here's what's in store. I'm glad you put that up. Okay, I'm an idiot. Now I get chills hearing that old theme, seeing that graphic for the first time on video with me live at SoFi. I was like, oh, fuck, that's going to be a thing. Yeah, I am looking forward to it a lot. But then after I turned 40 this week, whatever, next Friday, March 10th, before they go to Australia and do their thing, as only they can do, as the best female Guns N' Roses tribute band in the world, Paradise Kitty will be returning home to the Viper Room with special guest Candace Levinson on guitar. I have not been able to talk to the entirety of the band, so forgive me on my ignorance, but I believe she is sitting in for Ariel, who I believe is on tour. She's not with Debbie Gibson at this point anymore, but I think she's on another project. But I did want to throw this video up really quick because she put this on either her story or her Instagram post today, and it just kicked so much ass. And this one get monetized anyway. I figured, hell with it, why not? So check this out. This area posted this earlier today.
I could buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, yeah, say things you don't understand. I could take myself dancing, I can hold my own hand, yeah, I can love me better than you can.
Very nice.
She even
Very
said
nice.
she loved the guitar riff on that Miley song so much she had to do her own thing. Dude, Mike, she's incredible. I'll put I'm not gonna throw my dad under the bus too much here, but I'm gonna give him a little shit for this right now. So between the cruise and seeing them in other acts, like my dad, my dad's in his 60s. Let's be real. He crushes on her. It's adorable as hell. He's like all, and she's adorable about it. She's so cute about it. When we went to the Commerce Casino for that show that you guys are doing the NoDQ review episode at the same time I was at the Kitties, and y'all still finished after my ass at a rock and roll show. Because goddamn, that show went long. Holy balls, that a long NoDQ review. Holy moly. When you start before a Guns N' Roses tribute show in LA and you finish after us, that's a long goddamn stream. Just throwing that out there. But Ariel came up and was like so giddy. My dad was there and he was blushing redder than my face. It was adorable as hell. Anyway, I don't know if Ariel's going to be there on the 10th, but I did want to throw that out there because she put that up and was important enough to her to mention the Miley Cyrus song and the guitar riff, and she wanted to add her own thing to it. So I just wanted, like I said, we're not making money there anyway, so I figured hell with it. But yeah, the Kitties will be at home. The rare appearance, they rarely come home anymore for a Viper Room show or at the Whiskey, because we don't like the Whiskey very much. It's a horrible load into. But yeah, come out and see the girls if you're out in Hollywood at Johnny Depp's old place, the Viper Room. And then they're in Australia for the better part of March into April. So I'm looking forward to seeing them before they take off for Down Under, because I've been told this is also going to be an extension of my birthday celebration, since I'm not going to be able to see them after that. So it's going to be the first week extension of my birthday shenanigans, as Jenna put it. So there you go. It's going to be good stuff coming up. And then, like I said, WrestleMania is 35 days away, dudes. 5 weeks. You just freaking get the going now, because, man, if nothing else, I'll be here. Yeah, I'll be there at least. I don't think the other peripheral stuff's going to happen at this point just because of money, but I told you, I told everybody at WrestleMania 21 that I'd be there, and 35 days.
Yep. There you go.
So that takes care of these gentlemen, and that brings it back to me to wrap things up.
Yes.
For starters, you can find me here on the socials: Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, YouTube, Casa D18 Studios, Twitter at ROWJJ Williams. If you're watching the show on Jeff's channel, please go to my YouTube, subscribe, turn on notifications, start liking videos of mine, start watching playlists of Renegades reviews, or even the old Dads on Wrestling, the old Renegade of Wrestling. Trying to boost up my visibility, trying to boost up my view hours.
All the things.
We're slowly creeping, gentlemen. As of this moment, 3,634. out of 4,000.
All right, you broke 36, brother. There you go.
No, we're getting there. Like WrestleMania weekend is still very much a possibility at this point.
Bar none.
We just need the viewers at home and ourselves to keep on it, keep those playlists going, keep plugging the videos on my channel, even if that takes away from you guys for temporary purposes. That'll definitely help get those numbers up for me. Or at the very least, if y'all plug like the replays, I'm down with that too. This week was a week of epic fails and shenanigans when it came to tech issues and getting things up on time. So please go back to the archives. Check out Jeff and I doing our top 10 No Way Out matches of all time, which was the dads that was supposed to go up on Monday. I think it finally went up on Thursday.
Either Wednesday or Thursday, one or the other, yeah.
Because of tech fails and
just
power
everything.
outages and weather disturbances. Like, for real, there was so much going on Jeff's end. I wanted so bad to give him crap for it, but I felt so bad because when we filmed it, he's like, hey, I got all this free time on my hand. I'm going to be at my sister's house. Let me edit it. And then one thing led to another, and then it went up late. And it's like, I told him in private, so I know he won't mind me saying it. I told him it'd be so easy to be like, typical Jeff. This is why I edit the videos. It's like, but what does that accomplish? At the end of the day, it wasn't his fault that he had tech issues. It wasn't his fault that when he was at his sister's house, he got pulled 25 ways from Sunday.
Right.
So it's not his fault. It would be his fault if he was sitting at home in Studio 1A, sleeping the day away, and just not doing it. That would be his fault. The stuff that prevented him from doing it this time wasn't his fault. So he was given the Monopoly get out of jail free card for this time.
This may be kept until needed or sold.
But you can better believe I'm editing the Feuds one currently so that one can go up on time.
As Amazon told me about my order today, it was external issues causing my delays.
Mm-hmm. Which is the next time you will see the dads on the air.
Yes.
Top 10 feuds of all time.
Yeah,
as we gear up going into WrestleMania. This one was really fun because I didn't really know initially what I was going to do with this, where Jeff was going to go with this. And at the end of the day, we only had 4 similar.
Yeah.
So there are 16 different feuds that we discuss over this show. Some of them he kicked himself for not mentioning himself. One of them he called his Back to the Future Johnny B. Good moment.
Yes.
Which, for those of you that don't know, goes back to our top 10 musical moments in non-musical movies show that we did on Dad's, I want to say 2 years ago now, year and a half ago maybe.
Yeah.
But I used Back to the Future Johnny B. Good as my number 1. And considering how much this man right here loves Back to the Future, his favorite movie of all time, and he didn't have that on his list. And I had that as number 1. So there's one on my list for this one that he calls his Johnny B. Good moment that he should have had on his list. So just to kind of let things percolate out there and what could it possibly be? Start getting people thinking about it.
Yeah, it was one of those, and it was compared to his moment on the top 10 should have been world champions, and it was Roddy Piper. And it was like, if it's that level, it's good stuff. So,
and then after that, as we go closer to WrestleMania, the top 10 WrestleMania main events of all time.
Hey, I see 23.
Now, for clarification. Yes. This is literally the last match on the card.
Right.
The 2-night Manias, the last match on both nights. But, for those matches where, You know, like the Royal Rumble winner got shuffled into the third match on the card and they called it a main event match.
Right.
That doesn't count.
Yep.
You know, Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels, main event marquee match, doesn't count. It's not the last match on the card.
Right.
So the fans need to keep that in mind when criticizing this show.
Yes.
Because it literally has to be the last match on the show.
As it should be.
And to clarify, we went on for the 2-nighters. We went on both nights because if we didn't, that would completely exclude Bianca and Sasha, and that was bullshit to not include that if we wanted to.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that was too good of a match to not have in contention.
Yeah, that would have been like we would have got shit, justifiably so.
Yeah.
And then to wrap up the upcoming Dads shows, as we saw in some of the other trailers, the top 10 ECW World Champions of all time. That'll be the Raw After Mania edition of Dads. And this is another one that's been something that I have been kicking around that I definitely pitched because I feel like we've given so much love to the WWE and to a lesser extent WCW.
Yes.
That we needed to bring a little bit of recognition to TNA, we did the X Division champions, and ECW. And we did, you know, the November to Remember last year. Now we're doing ECW World Champions.
Yep.
You know, we had to give them their flowers because they deserve them, and they had some great world champions. People that weren't world champions in other places.
Yep.
And whether that is right or wrong, they deserve to be talked about. And yes, we are going to include the WWECW champions.
Oh, yeah.
Because while not the greatest point in ECW history,
yeah,
if you cut that out, you eliminate Rob Van Dam.
Yep.
If you cut that out, you eliminate CM Punk.
Yep.
You know, yes, you also eliminate Ezekiel Jackson, but for every Ezekiel Jackson, you get rid of, like I said, RVD and CM Punk.
And I'll even give the flowers to Christian Cage and Tommy Dreamer in WWECW.
Yeah, well, Tommy had a run in the legit ECW too, as brief as it was. He did get his hands on the title.
Yes.
So, you know.
I'm thinking a couple things. I'm thinking that'll be a collaboration because there weren't a whole lot of them in the grand scheme of things, even though it was I think I should just in private, but I'll go ahead and call us out on the air here.
Sean.
I know it was Christian, not Christian Cage. Shush. Whatever. Post Douglas throwing the 10 pounds of gold, or the ones before that too?
I would say post, because Douglas winning the 10 pounds of gold, throwing it down and declaring himself the ECW World Champion, the Extreme Champion, really is what launched ECW.
Okay. So that's the one point I want to add. I also am, since I did throw this out at you earlier today and we got an agreement, that's going to be the final Dads we do on a Monday.
Yes.
We move him back to Fridays because Dad should be on Fridays, number one. It always was. And number two, beginning the Monday after that, so April 10th, ironically enough, in the April 10th history of wrestling, because Lord knows it's been a April 10th, 2000 in particular, with the launch of the New Blood.
Better off forgetting that.
We're going to be doing a new thing on my network, and I completely forgot to make a graphic because I can't do graphics right now because I'm so po. We're going to be doing a deep dive back into the history of the war. So we're going to be talking about, or at least I'm bringing everybody in. Like whoever wants to come talk about it, I don't want to make it a whole big panel thing. Got enough panel shows on this goddamn channel as it is. We're going to talk about that for Mania too. But anyway, going to talk about the beginnings of Raw and how Primetime evolved into Monday Night Raw and how Raw was uncontested and how it got so complacent and cartoonish and blah, and how Nitro, became a thing, and then the actual battles every Monday night for 83 weeks plus, and then how it turned around and how it ended and where we stand now. It's going to be a weekly thing, so we're going to go, figure just under 6 years of content, which I'm okay with that. Give me shit to do, but yeah, we're going to go week to week. We're going to start with the first head-to-head battle, which will actually, we're going to talk about the beginning. So like we'll do Prelude and then Labor Day for Nitro's debut, and then second week we'll go right into the battle and off we go. Because I feel like, yes, it's been a talked about topic, granted, but me being a fan as long as I never really did a deep dive on it, and I think it's time.
Okay.
So, but the main part is
as long as you've got the time and the resource to make it happen, man, go for it. I'm all about that. And just as a heads up, me and Noah were talking earlier as well when we were doing our little pre-show collaboration about possibly doing and filming pre-taping watch-alongs of every WrestleMania.
Ooh.
To have for the build-up to WrestleMania 40.
I like that.
We've got almost 52 weeks, an entire year.
Right.
We can pull 1 day a week and just go to the Peacock, synchronize, hit record, and just do watch along, calling the action for the entire show. Yes, even the 17-hour tournament that is WrestleMania 4.
Yeah. I meet him about that. I was like, oh God, help me.
Me and Greg a couple years ago go, good luck. We'll have a hug ready for you. Because goddamn, that's a long show.
But then we have 40 days of content canned for the build up to WrestleMania 40.
So you're looking at the 40-day lead up to Mania week next year.
Yes.
Yep.
Beautiful. Because me and my graphics, prior to me losing the thing, I already have the calendar for when I'm going to be watching those shows synced up with what they've announced and what they're probably going to announce as far as content we're going to be doing on this channel for real. So my name's not here, but my marquee brain goes weekdays. That way you have weekends open for the premium live events, the Impact shows, etc.
Perfect sense.
Yeah, it does.
The whole team's in sync. God forbid it's a thing. and no, Mikey, not in sync. It's going to be May. We talked about that earlier. No, that'll come on the Casa Throwbacks on Thursday later.
And your name is not on the marquee because we're still doing plugs and showing graphics. So.
I know. I was just I understand it's not on the marquee. I was just making a ha because I was making the executive point there. But yeah, I am all for WrestleMania build-up content because I watch the shit by myself every year. I might as well have some fun with it.
Exactly. I mean, now you can watch it on the Peacock and then have our commentary going and not listen to the commentary you've heard call it 500 zillion times over your years. You hear fresh commentary.
That's right. Every one of my damn near 30 years of fandom that I've been able to watch these, I've watched them every year. So God help me. Right?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Problem here?
No problem here, boss.
And again, I'm still thinking about attending my first. I'm still thinking about attending my first ever WrestleMania next year, and that's still a possibility, not a confirmation.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what though? If you do end up going, he and I got the call because I ain't going to Philly on purpose. So.
Well, and we've also got James still that can fill in and do the play-by-play so that we can focus on color.
It's all about the funding. It's all about the funding because I know the WrestleMania ticket alone is going to be, oh God.
Yeah.
Well, you figure it's going to be at the Eagles Stadium. They're not exactly a cheap venue, so it's probably going to be pricey. Yeah. Like I said, I got lucky with my Mania tickets both times I purchased them this year, both in the pre-sale and then even the ones I have now. I still paid a little over $200, but not much more. So I got really lucky with SoFi. I have a feeling you're not going to get near as lucky back east.
Probably not.
Getting back to the plugs, though.
Yes.
Dad's wasn't the only thing that got clusterfucky this past week.
No.
All of my reviews this past week got thrown out of whack because of how chaotic my schedule was.
Yes.
Both Selma and Behind the Movement went live at different points yesterday. Those were supposed to be my Monday and Wednesday movies. Malcolm X went live today, an hour later than normal premiere time because I still had to edit it.
Right.
So that is now up. That would have been Friday's movie. There will be no Warzone tomorrow because tomorrow will be new release Sunday and we will get Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania.
Oh, so you saw Ant-Man?
Yes.
Okay, good. We'll talk about it later.
And all that gets things caught back up so that come next week, we can roll back into normal.
Yes.
Wrap up Black History Month with Crush Groove, which is a fictional retelling of the beginnings of Def Jam Records.
Yes.
And then we kick off my movies that star WWE Hall of Famers with Lipstick and Dynamite, which features among the many interviewees the fabulous Moolah and Mae Young. And then we go into Body Slam, which features amongst the many wrestlers in that movie, Hall of Fame inductees Captain Lou Albano, Rowdy Roddy Piper, and the Wild Samoans.
Wow.
And even in the final wrestling scene, features cameos at ringside by Bruno Sammartino, Classy Freddie Blassie, and the Nature Boy, woo, Ric Flair.
Nature Boy.
I do love that
and
go ahead.
Tonga Kid plays a major role in the movie as well. He's just not a Hall of Famer yet.
Right. Yes.
He is Piper's tag partner throughout the majority of the movie.
I do love a couple things. Number one, you put the women's wrestling thing on my birthday, so thank you for that. That's really cool of you. And even new release Saturday this week has a WWE Hall of Famer.
Yes.
I mean, he's been announced, just not officially inducted yet.
Yes. New release Saturday for next week will be M. Night Shyamalan's Knock at the Cabin, starring Dave Bautista.
Have you actually seen it yet?
No.
Okay, because I got an early screening of it. It was goddamn good.
No, but it is available on Vudu right now where you can buy it early.
Right. Yep.
So I can either pay the price to go to see it in theaters.
Yeah.
Or I can pay the greater price, watch it from the comfort of my own home and actually own it. And I'm leaning more towards that because by the time I actually look up tickets and probably can go see it in theaters, it may be out of theaters. So, because it's already almost a month old, and unfortunately these days movies don't last in theaters as long as they did when we were kids.
Yeah, definitely not. You can do it box and streaming, it's like boop, gone.
So and figure it this way: Vudu will cost this much, and the movie may cost this much, but then you got to figure gas, food at the theater because you gonna eat something. So it'll balance out.
Yeah. I usually don't eat something, but I always buy a drink.
At least.
Yeah. So even if I go to a bargain matinee, the movie and the drink ends up costing about half as buying it on Vudu, and on Vudu I get to keep it.
Right.
Not watch it one time. So
right. Vudu's a beautiful service, man. People sleep on that
love
the other ones, but yeah.
So that is what is coming up for me. The reason Lipstick and Dynamite fell on your birthday is because I tried to organize the movies based on Hall of Fame induction year.
Ah, makes sense.
And Moolah went in first inductee out of everybody that I'm covering this year.
Right.
So that's why that ended up being first. Albano, she went in 95. Albano went in 96. So
I think Freddie may have been 94, but I could be wrong on that.
But Freddie isn't a major part of it, so I didn't count him.
Okay. So we're going for the
stars.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm having the flashbacks of Regis. It's a Hall of Fame. I can't believe it. So,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure we're ready for it.
Freddie Blassie is a blink and you miss him moment.
Oh, that's a bummer.
I mean, okay, that's underselling it. He's there a little bit more than that, but it's literally just the one scene at the end.
Yeah, he's not the featured wrestler.
No.
Yeah.
The featured wrestlers are Captain Lou, Piper, and Tonga Kid. Even the Samoans are bit players.
Right.
But they're in it more than Flair, Bruno, and Blassie combined, multiplied by 3.
Well, you figure Bruno at that point. You figure if Flair's in it at all, that means it was late 70s, early 80s. By that point, Bruno was already on his way out as it was. So
yeah, Flair is announced in the crowd as the NWA World's Champion.
So we're at least 81. So yeah, Bruno was already on not the outs of the company, but he was definitely heading that direction. But yeah, Albano would have been 96 because you go with Piper, it's 2005. That's way later.
Yeah.
Good on you, dude. I'm glad because people kind of slept on the documentary with Moolah May after everything went down with Moolah May. So
I had seen it once prior to all of that coming out.
Right.
Be interesting to revisit it now that is out there.
Yeah, I saw that one once. I still haven't seen Body Slam, which is ridiculous. But
it's on Tubi for free.
Well, in that case, we're going to make that shit happen. In that case, I'll try to do what I did with the horror movies, which I actually did pretty well last year with you, was keeping up with your broadcast schedule. So,
and Simple Man, maybe we'll get you to watch some of these this month, since yes, they're movies, but they're movies about or starring wrestlers. I mean, Lipstick and Dynamite is a documentary about women's wrestling. Body Slam is a fictitious telling of the pro wrestling business.
Yes.
Like maybe this month is something we can actually rope Noah into so that when we reconvene next week on open mic night, he'll be like, that movie was stupid. That movie had me cracking up, something. He'll be able to engage a little bit in it.
We'll see. I got a lot of stuff already ahead of me for my wrestling, usually in March, including watching what I can with WrestleMania, because I do try to watch a lot of WrestleMania stuff through March up to WrestleMania. I know I said WrestleMania a lot, but it is what it is. But This week I'm going to put all my focus, of course, on AEW because I'm very curious to see what they do in their West Coast debut.
There you go.
And I'm going
to put you on the spot really quickly, Meacham, since he isn't here to do it himself. James's wrestling retros for the month are all WrestleManias. He is going to be doing WrestleMania 24. Will you participate in the retro WrestleMania with him? Since you were there live and can speak from it from that aspect.
Does he do it live or does he pre-tape it?
I think he usually pre-tapes it. You can message him about that.
I'll message him. If he pre-tapes it, absolutely. If he does it live, it's going to be tricky. But yeah, I would love to talk about 24. I shit on 2000 so much. I should talk about WrestleMania. I did enjoy going to.
2000 isn't one he's doing this year, but I heard him rattle off last night.
Right.
Doing the plugs for the No Surrender.
No Surrender.
He
said the ones he was doing, and he said 24, and light bulb immediately went off in my head. It was like, Jeff is at that one.
And again, to be fair, I enjoyed going to WrestleMania 2000. It was my first access, my first WrestleMania live, so that being there was enjoyable. And then the bell rang.
WrestleMania, the best and worst.
Other than the gimmicked title matches, you figure the Hardcore Battle Royal was fun, if nothing else. The Triangle Ladder match, which was the precursor to TLC, which was so goddamn good. And then the two-fall triple threat for the IC and European Championships was a great match. Those three matches were the reason I don't hate having been there, put it that way. But that WrestleMania as a whole, start to finish, it's like, oh God. Backlash was a better card. The following show, and it had a one-on-one traditional WWE Championship match at the end. It had Scotty 2 Hotty being like heavyweight champion. Why not? We talked about that a couple shows ago, or last show. as far as dads. So yeah, I will gladly be a part of a 24 retro. And yeah, indie wrestling.
Chris, so do we.
Yeah,
Or the independents.
I miss going, and I more importantly miss the ability to go. Supposed to go to XPW last week. Was what it was.
Supposed to go to Valor Pro Wrestling today, but it snowed out. It wasn't safe for the talent to travel to the show. It wasn't safe for the spectators to travel to the venue.
I don't know if I'm going to go to Insane Wrestling Revolution next month in March with my buddy Paul, but I might do it in April. And there's actually going to be a meet and greet next month with Queen of Extreme, Francine.
Ooh, there you go. It's all the more reason to go next month, bro. Go see.
Unfortunately, it's a freaking work weekday. Dadgummit.
Oh, because Franny's cool people. I will say this, and I see the comment in the chat room. I know a couple people were at the show that Bagwell was at yesterday. It's good to see Mark back on his feet. Good to see Mark back out there. I know he was having a lot of struggles. Always be a friend of the channel. So always be a friend of the NoDQ channel as well. So it's good to see Buff Bagwell being out there doing Buff Bagwell things, even with a green goatee. Good on Mark for being back out there. We love him. But yeah, just it's when the weather or supreme illness precludes me from going to a show, you know it's some serious. Last week, literal. This week, shit. It's just been crazy. Hopefully, whatever this storm is works itself out by the end of winter, early spring. Because if something fucks up WrestleMania, there's going to be heads rolling. I'll tell you one right now.
For real.
We outdoor. I don't think SoFi has a roof or retractable or not. So
I was gonna say, could you imagine if it stays crazy like this and it snows during WrestleMania?
I thought they had a roof there.
I don't know because I've only been there when it's been open, so I don't know. I hope it does if the weather keeps up like this, for fuck's sake.
I could have sworn they had a light up LED display saying WrestleMania SoFi Stadium on the roof of that building in light. They have to. They have to.
Okay, well then there you go. Okay.
Anyway, architecture.
Yeah, it's again. I can't even like.
Ooh.
It's so surreal. I love Liv. I always will. There's only one Queen of Extreme. That's Francine.
Just saying.
If we're talking a legitimate match and not some evening gown, bra, and panties,
right.
Liv is gonna win because Franny can't wrestle.
No. I'm not saying that, but if the determining factor is who's the Queen of Extreme, I don't have that match because there's only one Queen of Extreme. And yes, Lita was part of Team Extreme, and I'm not even going to take that away from Amy. But Francine always will be the Queen of Extreme Championship Wrestling. And that's the Queen of Extreme.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay. That's right. I forgot Devon's.
DNT.
Devon boys were at that indie show that Bagwell was at yesterday. I need to talk to Mark, clearly.
Yeah. Anyway, back to what we're doing here.
Good stuff. Hey, at this point, we're shilling and bullshitting, so it's kind of whatever.
Kind of the whole point, yeah.
That brings us to you, Noah.
Yes.
Oh, I thought this was done. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, hey, y'all know me. It's simple. Again, I don't really have a graphics. I'm gonna try and be more graphically in tune after WrestleMania weekend concludes. No promises, but we'll see. At least I know I can do PowerPoint MP4. So hey, go watch the fantasy booking of my card. There's a start for you. But if you want to know more about me, know this: I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. So find me on the Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, and Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to my entire ATW family on Twitter and other social media platforms. This week should be fun. I'm definitely going to talk with Farron and figure out when the NoDQ panel predictions are for AEW Revolution. Be a part of that as I start the All Elite League for 2023, and all are welcome. And also the AEW division of the Jeff Meacham Network Games. Jeff will also be starting this week, so stay tuned for that. He's got the updated graphic. He's not sharing it till the end of first quarter. You have to continue to wait. But I have somebody predicting. I finally made a graphic regarding that as far as the next videos for that. My free-form, fun little discussion where I lead predictions. in all things wrestling with my friends outside NoDQ, among FTW, among my horsemen of predicting, and so many others. Next up, we have AEW Revolution, followed by Impact Sacrifice, followed by, God help me, WrestleMania week with Ring of Honor, Supercard of Honor, WrestleMania, NXT Stand and Deliver, and that's just that week. And then as of right now, date known, next Impact one after that, the next Impact pay-per-view, Rebellion. I'm sure there'll be more to come up as this month moves forward into March. I'm going to try and bring my ATW crew back together because what started in 2020 at Revolution should resume and once again be brought back to life at this year's Revolution. We'll see if we do an ATW impromptu preview discussing Revolution among ourselves. Of course, I'll be working with James Keebert on our continued weekly discussions on all things AEW, so stay tuned for the next AEW Spark, hyping up AEW Revolution and the Go Home Week. Shout out to our friend Cindy G at T_Chanel. Follow her on Twitch. And she will actually be there live at the pay-per-view and at Dynamite and at the Fallout 2. Lucky, damn it, lucky. Have an incredible time, my friend. And shout out to you and your friends at Panda Wrestling Company. I got it right this time. I didn't say the restaurant, so don't at me. So that's always a fun time too. And that's just some of the stuff that's ahead for me and especially this week too. But as always, to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. Don't be a viral disease. Treasure your families. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
There you go. As always, Noah, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's why we always let you wrap things up here on the Multiverse of Media. We appreciate you. So, until next week's open mic night, since AEW's pay-per-view is actually a Sunday next week.
Or it's Sunday night.
Yeah, actually, the next open mic night's going to be on a pay-per-view day. Will be WrestleMania, brother.
We're going to be up all night.
Because we've got Sacrifice on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next NXT shows are either Tuesday night, which will be followed by Talk Wrestling in this case, or WrestleMania Saturday morning.
Wow.
So the next open mic night post a super card will be day one of WrestleMania, which means we're going to be up all night, USA Network style.
Let's just make sure we don't extend past 12 hours because apparently StreamYard's like, can't do that.
Well,
I doubt we will because
I know.
We usually start for the pay-per-views at 3.
Right.
Yep.
So
3 to midnight would be 9 hours.
Yep.
If we get on 3 a.m. on a day, I got to be there the next day. Somebody's going to die.
Stand and Deliver would be its own stream because it's earlier in the day. We've got enough break where we're have intermission there, but
yeah.
Bring it. I'm looking forward to that weekend, and I'm dreading that weekend because.
And don't forget, JJ, on that Tuesday after the Monday Night Raw WrestleMania, our WrestleMania Simple Take, the newest platform you and I created exclusively between our channels.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it. You know, me and Jeff were joking the other day when they added that New Japan Impact thing to Thursday.
Yeah,
I half was joking and I was half serious when I was like, "You think Noah would call the Dynamite the night before?"
And then
we just add a whole nother thing, another show.
It depends on that card stack, because I'll tell you right now, if Tony Khan tries to do anything AEW during WrestleMania week when he's already got to run a Ring of Honor review, boy's on something.
Well, because he and I went, we decided for that week or the week after, no sleep for Noah.
Yeah.
Let's sleep.
See, that's his attitude. That's how I know he doesn't mind, but I'm old. 46. Y'all see me yawning as we're doing open mic night, and yet I'm going to try and do Stand and Deliver.
Yes.
And then WrestleMania. Legit, yes. I may go crawl in my bed for an hour or two, nap in between them. And Jeff knows I am not a napper.
No.
I am not a napper, but I may legit go and crawl into bed and nap for a little bit, because knowing that Mania, we're going to be on the air for like 9 hours.
Right.
And then we're going to have to come back and do it all again the next day.
Right.
Luckily for
to call Hall of Fame, Stand and Deliver, and 2 nights of WrestleMania.
Right.
4 shows in 3 days is something I am physically not used to.
No.
You have kind of gotten used to it, doing the back-to-back calls and the double headers and everything. But when you do the double headers, usually one show is James or Jeff, and then the other show is me.
Right.
So your color person isn't used to having to do that.
I got you.
That's why I say, like, I'm looking forward to it because I want to prove that I can do this. I want to prove that I was the right guy for this job to be your color guy. You know, I mean, we talked about it earlier and how part of my passion for all this is what has helped elevate you to be excited in the product again. And I want this to be so good, but at the same time, I'm like, man, I don't know if I can do this.
Just relax. Don't look at the clock, and
I
the
know.
show will carry us through as long as they don't do 3-minute constant superstar showcases and 3-minute freaking marketing promos. But I digress.
I mean, at least the marketing promos will give me a chance to run to the bathroom and refresh my drinks. and
Okay,
shit.
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yes, Keen Mike X, we're doing the Raw After Mania 2.
Generational commentary edition again. 6 hours.
Yes, but because like Noah just alluded to, because me and Jeff get it at a different time than James and Noah, James and Noah will do it for 8 o'clock East Coast time, and then Jeff and I will come in and do the West Coast feed for it.
And that's if I'm not there.
Right. Oh, that's right.
If that match actually happens and it's not a red herring.
I mean, that's fair. He makes a good point though. If it does happen, you can always catch
I
them.
mean, that's just one where you can just sit out because at this point, Brock, all he needs to do is F5 the man once, game over.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the other thing is that if the match actually does happen, that what if it's just a complete and utter squash on Omos?
Right. I mean, at this point, you got to consider what the content they're going to put into this WrestleMania. Even if the Triple H created one, they got to have something that's not, go the distance. Especially if you got the name of Brock Lesnar on your marquee, that's not going for a top prize. Let's just put it out there.
Right, but I don't think Triple H wants to book Big Show versus Aki Bono Part 2.
Well, not even that gimmicky. If they have him squash Omos, they might as well fire Omos on Tuesday. Yeah, seriously. If they have Brock just obliterate Omos, they might as well have him report to Raw and have DX throw him in a dumpster, bound for developmental, and then fire him on Tuesday.
That bonus question for predictions: how long does Omos versus Brock Lesnar last? Under 5 minutes.
There you go. I will say this though:
if they send him to NXT for seasoning and help him work on things, I'm all for that.
Right, exactly.
True.
Throw him into this Apollo Crews, Debo, Umbaba, whatever thing is.
DK Batumbo. Sorry, he's
General Aziz's former.
Dabacado.
Thank you, Dabacado.
That's what a weird name.
Debo Avocado. What?
Hobie Avocado. I don't like avocado or guacamole. I'm okay though.
But yeah, throw Omos into this. Okay, I can see that. That would help things, I think,
Yeah.
But yeah, getting back to you guys calling that, I am just grateful I'm riding with my buddy Travis both days for Mania, so I can pop in open mic night Saturday night, not worrying about pissing the old man off like I usually do riding home with him from Saturdays. So
you're gonna be stuck in traffic all night.
Speaking of, when you popped in yesterday,
yes,
you mentioned about how you were going to be there, how you hate that you're going to miss the call and everything.
Right,
bro. Do what people do at baseball games. Bring your phone, bring an earbud, listen to us call the action as you're watching it live.
The problem with that is, and I trust me from the voice of experience, I did this in the old days when it was literally a transistor radio in your hand that was about this big or about this big. The game live is always ahead of your ear.
Exactly.
Always. And
I know there's a little bit of a delay, whether it's 5 seconds or whatever. But
it's more than that now because I brought an actual legit radio to Staples Center, another crypt, and I brought my phone with the hockey. The iHeartRadio and what we had before is way behind. Yeah. Like even in the arena when they tell you tune to AM 530 whatever it is to hear Nick and Daryl calling it, even that's behind. So I appreciate the thought process, but what I was saying was what I'm going to try to do. It's not about missing being on the call because you guys own this shit. You guys got this. I'm not worried about you guys calling it. I just was not worried. I was bumming about having to miss it live as it happens. Right. Having that in my ears is going to throw off my in-person experience. But I will be doing my best to at least call in or pop in between matches. Not every single match because then I'm going to be running my data bill through the goddamn roof, have my mom kill me before I even make it tonight too.
Oh Lord, but, anger the warden. You will.
Yeah, that's it for me. But coming home from night one, I will definitely be popping open mic night because that's going to have to be talked about. And then night two, I'm not saying do open mic night because that's late as hell on a Sunday, but at least a brief little recap show.
Yeah, I would say do like a 1 hour open mic night on Sunday where we just kind of go over our thoughts about the event, the weekend as a whole, etc.
Yeah.
Right. I would say 90 minutes just to give Travis time to get the car.
I'll say you're going to first have to get out of your seat, walk up the stairs, out of that building, through that massive pool of people, then get to your vehicle, and then finally find your way on whatever expressway is, the 405, and be stuck there for at least an hour and a half.
Even getting out of the form after a Dynamite or a concert has proven to be interesting. I can imagine how you figure if they do sell out the stadium, which I still doubt they will at this point, we're still looking at 50 G's. 50,000 people each night piling into 1.5 parking lots.
I can't imagine that.
Oh God! This is why my mother isn't a sports fan because concerts are bad enough. Because her vehicle claustrophobia would kick in. We had to take her to the damn hospital down the street, Sentinel Hospital, where the King used to go. It's bad. So I'm not looking forward to that part. Let me be clear on that. But it's still going to be. I get to be WrestleMania, and I get to be on with you guys after, and that's going to be a highlight of the end of my 40th birthday celebration, which kicks off. It actually kicked off with y'all last week, JF, you and Aaron and Brett, but officially Wednesday night. So
nice.
On the Greg Cherry Show, didn't plug that. Greg has told me flat out, the only thing he has on the docket for Wednesday is me. It's like, okay, I'll take that, I guess. Sure, why not? So yeah, because it'll be on my birthday, but I won't officially be 40 until 8/11 local time PM. So
gotcha.
Seeing me in the Greg Cherry Show will be the last time you get to see me before I officially turn 40.
Gotcha.
There you go.
All right.
Woo.
So as we bring things home, we wrap things up. Noah's already done our fantastic farewells.
Yes.
Thank you to everyone who joined us. Thank you to the 13 of you that are still watching these crazy antics. Yeah, I think at one point we were up to like 25 live viewers. So thank you to everyone who tunes in on a weekly basis for the Saturday night shenanigans that have become open mic night.
Yes.
For the movie star Mikey T, for the Heeb man James Hebert, for the simple man with the spectacular voice Noah Foster, for the man whose name is not on the marquee because I didn't put it back up, but it's on the marquee, the West Coast professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
There it is.
I am the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you all for joining us, and we will see you guys next week on Open Mic Night.
Have a good night, folks.
And because Josh isn't here, fuck with Belichick. There you go.
Damn it!